Bucket list tick. This is so much fun. Christchurch, love you!
Just the beginning!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships here in Christchurch. The list of events coming up this afternoon on Sky Sport Next. Coming up first is the Under-17 Girls National Championships. They'll be followed by the Under-17 Boys, Under-19 Women and Men. Then we're into the Elite Women's race, and of course we'll finish off the afternoon with the Elite Men. So the first race on the program is the Under-17 Girls. Quite a small field. Of course, this time of year is always tough for the schools with their exams and things going on. So a field of only 7 riders for the opening race, and a beautiful day here in Christchurch, 26 degrees outside. The wind is just starting to get up a little bit. My name's Dale Woodford. Joining me is Elise Fraser. We're going to be calling the action for the next few races anyway. And Elise, beautiful conditions out there today.
Oh, yeah, it's almost perfect, Al. As you said, the wind's just about to come up on this straight that they're on now. They'll have a bit of a tailwind, but they'll turn onto the next big straight and then it'll be into the headwind.
So the riders are on what we call a neutral lap, so a free lap around the course. It gives them a chance just to sight things before the racing starts. The circuit is a 1 kilometre round, and there's the field for you. Megan Baker, Emma Blackmore, Shauna Gray's actually a scratch-in, Maureen Green, Molly Hayes, Bonnie Rattray, Ruby Spring, the defending champion, and Kirsty Watts. So, as I said, a small field, but some quality riders in there, particularly Ruby Spring, very, very talented, and got a great finish on her release.
Yeah, she's very speedy, and we've seen that at track nationals. She's taken out plenty of events in the under-17 group.
So the riders, it's great. The circuit is really fast, beautiful surface for the riders to ride on. Big crowd is starting to assemble here. We're on Cambridge Terrace, and Koha Fitness are sitting inside out of the heat in the air conditioning room, so we've got the perfect view with the stream shot bringing us all the action from the cameras. And it's going to be a great afternoon of racing, being brought to you from the city of Christchurch, the National Criterium Championships. Vantage Windows and Doors, of course, a massive sponsor of Cycling New Zealand and the national track team, but a massive thanks to the Christchurch City Council for the work they've done in bringing this event to the region. Koha Fitness, Moffat, and of course Miles Continental have supplied the Skoda cars, and Skoda, a massive supporter of cycling all around the world, the oldest sports sponsorship in existence. It goes right back to the 1920s. Skoda's association with cycling. So they're still on the neutral lap. They're coming down towards the start finish. So they've had a good look around the circuit. They'll get the all clear from the commissaire or the race referee, and they'll be underway racing as they go through that start-finish banner. And at least with such a small field, it's a 20-minute race. The tactics, I guess, are going to be a lot different as if we had 40 riders out there.
Yeah, that's right, Dale. It is a small field, but hopefully we see some really aggressive racing. We see Ruby Spring on the front there leading them through the start-finish banner. And we've got a few girls that have come up from the under-15 grade, and they'll be looking to stamp their mark in the under-17 girls too.
Yeah, so for people who are just tuning in, this is in fact the first of the 2021 titles. Of course, we're still in the 2020 season, but the Criterium Nationals being at the end of the season, we're into the 2021. It's the first of the 2021 national titles to be decided. So some of the riders that we'd normally see in the under-15 and the under-17 grades have stepped up to under-17, under-19, and of course some of the under-19s into the elite category. So it's great to have this first national title of the year decided here in Christchurch. And you can see the riders, they're just starting to have a little bit of a look at each other, starting to feel each other out a little bit. It's so early in the race. Do you expect any sort of breakaways?
Yeah, I definitely would be expecting girls to try and get away. As you said, it's just looking a bit mundane out there at the moment. Everyone's just trying to get a feel for what everyone else is doing.
So the circuit, as I mentioned earlier, it's 1 kilometre round, so the riders should come around in around a minute and a half each lap. It's 20 minutes plus 2 laps, so they'll get 2 to go. And of course, if you've got any questions or queries, you can always contact us on Twitter at Dale Woodford. And if you've got any questions for Elise or myself, we will happily try and answer those for you throughout the afternoon. And of course, Elise will be able to give you expert comments. She'll be looking at this race with interest, of course, with the Velo Project professional cycling team, a team that's done so much for women's cycling in New Zealand and have taken it international and given so many young riders the opportunity. It's been a little bit disrupted this year with the COVID situation, but it must be exciting for you to see the under-17s and under-19 fields slowly starting to grow.
Yeah, that's right. We're always interested in the under-17 and under-19 girls, looking at the talent that's coming through, and just to looking at who, not only great riders, but who are the really good people out there, friendly, looking after their teammates, and looking at who wants to step up and maybe join in the team.
Yeah, great opportunity, a great initiative, the Velo Project cycling team. There we go, a little bit of an attack. Counties Manukau Cycling Club. It's great to see them riding in their club colours. A couple of riders down here with Emma Blackmore being one of those. In the Te Awa Motorsport Cycling Club colours, that's the green with the black. That's Molly Hayes. So she's an under 15, or she's 15 years of age, so stepping up to the under 17 category. Great to see her down here. I was speaking to her mum and dad earlier in the week, and they've taken the opportunity to come down to Canterbury for a holiday. So they've just the Criterium's an excuse to come here and enjoy the great sights and scenery around this beautiful city.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? When you can't go overseas, you make the most of these weekends.
So Molly, great to see her coming down and taking the opportunity to take part in the National Criterium Championships. Such great experience. If you ever get the opportunity to race, you should never turn it down, should you? It's the more you can race, the more you can learn, especially at this young age, and getting the opportunity to race on closed street circuits, which you don't get very often in New Zealand. And when you go overseas, that's what it's all about.
That's right. Getting as much experience as you can, and every opportunity is a learning opportunity.
So we see the riders complete another lap of this beautiful circuit. So they come down Cambridge Terrace, and just all being a little bit cautious at the moment. And Criterium racing is so much sport is about. It's about timing. As we saw last night in the All Blacks, the first 45 minutes weren't good. The timing was all wrong. They got it right in the last couple of minutes of the game. But it was way too late. And cycling's a little bit the same. You can, if you go out too early and you can fade, you can leave your attack a little bit too late. The wind today, it's not too much at the moment. You've talked about the tailwind sprint. So what's that going to mean for the riders?
Yeah, I think we'll see the riders coming into the finish with a bit of speed behind them. A lot of sprinters don't like coming off a lot of speed. They prefer a bit slower so they can really accelerate and use their kick, so to speak. But it'll be very interesting to see what happens today. As you said, it looks like it's all slowed down, and they'll be going into the headwind at the moment.
So around the back of the course, the headwind down there on the long straight, so that can sometimes deter riders, particularly young riders, from trying to break away. But of course, they won't all be sprinters, and they know the strength of Ruby Spring. She won. It was a very close finish. I remember last year it was almost a photo finisher in the sprint, but she's really fast. She's a part of the Barfoot and Thompson Auckland hub, and really well performed young rider. And of course, the big target on her back, hasn't she? She's, everyone knows the defending champion. They know her capabilities. They know her well from other age group racing. So, what do you think some of the riders will be thinking about? What could they do to overcome the strengths of Ruby Spring?
Yeah, if you're not a sprinter, you definitely have to try and get away. Use more of an endurance threshold base to, get some distance between you and her.
Endurance threshold, what is that? No, that's I'm sure, as Elise knows at home, they will know what that means when you're out there training on your bike and you're going as hard as you can. It's somewhere just below that. And if you're going to make a breakaway, that's where you want to be, isn't it? Just below your absolute max.
Yeah, that effort you can really sustain for 10, 20 minutes on your limit.
There you go. 10 or 20 minutes. So if you can do it for 10, that's half the race. The race is 20 minutes plus 2 laps for the under-17 girls. Coming up after this, we'll have the under-17 boys. And the riders starting to now think about making a little bit of a move. The pace is picking up. We can see the rider, Kirsty Watts from Canterbury, with the red helmet and the Canterbury skin suit on, just having to pull a little bit harder on the handlebars, but it's set up. Ruby Spring goes through to the front, just controls things. So she will want to keep the race together, won't she? She won't mind this sort of pace.
That's right. She'll be looking for a bunch sprint to the finish.
So back down the back straight of the circuit. Beautiful wide roads, great surface. I know you rode around here earlier today with Andrew and had a good look at the course. Anything particular that would worry you?
No, just down here, the road surface is a bit rougher and there's a few drains. And then there's this corner's quite tight. It turns back on itself. So I know definitely as we get into the elite men's race, it'll be pretty aggressive around there. So staying on their bike is going to be very important around this corner. But for these girls, they're taking the corner really nicely. No problems there.
So going into a corner like that, it's a good opportunity, isn't it? If you've got the bike handling skills, the confidence to attack into the corner, accelerate out of it, it's a great shot that we're getting from the team here on that corner. It's really tight, and as we see the big bunches later on, we'll get a whole different perspective on the speed through that corner.
That's right. Interesting to note here as well, these girls are on restricted gears, so under 17 girls. So you'll see their cadence in their riding is a lot higher than what you'll see in the elite grades as well.
Yeah, and the reason for that is they want to keep the sport fairly even, so it doesn't matter if you're 7 foot tall and built like, so we say Eddie Dawkins and can turn the pedals over at a huge amount of power and output and ride a big gear and ride away and win the race with the kids growing at different rates, and that putting them on the restricted gears just helps keep the sport a little bit more even.
That's right. It's a bit managed as well. They're not allowed the same kind of race wheels that you'll see the elites riding, just to keep it a more even playing field.
So Bonnie Rattray from Auckland, she's an under-17, a part of the Barradine College team, along with Emma Blackmore. And of course, Barradine College in Auckland is one of the powerhouses in girls cycling, particularly in the secondary schools. They've got 90 girls that ride bikes in that school, and I tell you, if you can do that in Auckland, get 90 girls riding bikes, you've got a great program. It's Bill Blackmore, he's involved in that program. Paul Leach coaches it. They've got a wonderful system, and it just shows, at least with the right people involved, what you can do in a sport that's difficult to do. It's hard to do in a big city, yet Barradine College perform well at national level, and they've got this great program running.
Yeah, that's really impressive. A supportive environment is so key to getting girls on bikes.
And they're doing a fantastic job, and it's good to see Emma down here. Of course, she has had a great season as well. She was fourth in the Under-17 Club Road Race Championships down there in Waipukurau. She really loves triathlon, but I see Emma mixing it up on the velodrome and on the road. So a really good all-round athlete. And I know we were speaking before we came to here with Andrew, and we're saying how important it is for these kids to be all-round sports people, really, not just all-round cyclists.
That's right. You want people that are just doing lots of sports, getting lots of variety, building their bodies, their muscles over lots of different ways. So when they do decide to focus on one sport, they are very balanced and very prepared.
So the riders have come from wide and far really for this race. We've got from Cambridge, Wanaka, Auckland. It's nice to see them travelling and being keen to chase the national title. It's the Vantage National Criterium Championships. Molly Hayes goes through to the front in the colours of the Te Ao Motorsports Cycling Club. Ruby Spring just looks over her shoulder. She's in the blue, the Barfoot and Thompson colours. Then we've got Maureen Green in the blue and yellow. Of course, from Wanaka, a really good young rider as well. She's been racing for 2 years. I know she absolutely loves the sport. Rode the Youngka Tour in Southland and has said she's really looking forward to racing this criterium. So still very compact. We've been coming up about 15 minutes of racing. And still this group, no one's been quite brave enough yet to chance their arm. The cameraman on the back of the motorbike. Of course, he sits on the back of the motorbike facing towards the riders. It's a real challenge for the cameraman to hold it steady. Even it'll get harder during the day when the riders start going a little bit quicker. This 1 kilometre circuit's taken these riders around a minute and a half at the moment. We'll get down to probably a minute 5, a minute 10, and here we go. It's starting to be a little bit of attack. Riders, Ruby Spring going through, just trying to mix it up.
Yeah, Ruby took that corner really nicely. She cut in on the inside and was able to sprint away out of there, get a wee bit of a gap.
Bonnie Rattray, though, I think that was a preem lap. It looked like they were sprinting for one of the sprint preems, and a very good performance. Bonnie Rattray, she'll take a lot of confidence out of that halfway sprint. And she's keeping the pressure on as well, which is difficult to do after a sprint. If you sprint and can still apply the pressure, it can do a lot of damage to the legs. So they come to this tight little corner, round into the headwind. But as they say in Italian, Gruppo Compacto, it's all nearly back together. They take some deep breaths. Well, Rattray, that was an impressive performance to just roll over Ruby Spring.
Yeah, that was excellent. I think we'll have an interesting sprint at the finish by the looks of it.
Well, we'll see if one of the riders, remember it's 20 minutes of racing plus 2 laps.
Looks like we're just losing Megan Baker off the back. Hopefully the pace is settled and she's able to get back into the bunch.
So around that tight little turn. The city is looking absolutely amazing today, and 26 degrees outside. It's hot. It's a short race, but is it still important to take on some fluids?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When it's that hot and you're racing on your limit, you definitely want to keep hydrated. And a lot of these riders will try and be hydrated going into the start of the race. Takes the pressure off a little bit during the race.
Well, the crowd are starting to get fairly involved in the race. It's starting to build, and if you're in the region and you've heard it's on, or you know someone that's racing, make sure you get down here this afternoon and enjoy it firsthand. So we see this under 17 girls race. It's the National Criterium Championships. And they go through, and a really good effort to get back on. Megan Baker, first year racing road bikes at a national level, so a really good performance from her.
Yeah, these girls have got the lap boards come out, 2 laps to go. And we see Ruby hidden off the front.
Well, it's gone quick, so the pressure starts to come on now with 2 laps to go, 2 kilometres of racing. Ruby Spring just applying the pressure on the front, of course, the defending champion. Well, maybe she's not wanting to wait for the sprint finish, Ruby Spring, but being chased hard. Rattray onto her wheel. Bonnie Rattray in the colours of Counties Manukau, representing Barradine College. Emma Blackmore as well. Molly Hayes just starting to feel the pressure a little bit, but it'll sit up and she could come back. And that can sometimes be an opportunity for a rider, can't it? If the other riders sit up in front and you just come back on, it's a good time to hit them hard.
That's right. Take them by surprise.
So Ruby Spring, she, I think with that little bit of attack, I thought she would just be waiting for the sprint finish. So she's wanting to maybe soften it up a little bit and let the riders know she is still the one to beat in this race. So next time they'll get the bell lap. They swing around. Pace just starting to pick up. And they sit up, have a look. Maureen Green sitting in there. Just she's looking pretty comfortable in the middle of the bunch. Just watches things, doesn't she? Just playing like a little bit of a policeman there, covering, keeping an eye on Ruby Spring. Knows she's got to be near her.
That's right. Coming into the final lap, you often see girls just looking at each other, sitting in on the wheels. No one wants to take the front.
Well, Kirsty Watts has done well. She's back in there as she goes out of the saddle, just trying to stay in touch. In the red colours of Canterbury. So Ruby Spring sitting there second wheel at the moment. Blackmore, Rattray, Green. Ruby Spring goes through. Bonnie Rattray, Emma Blackmore. So in the small greeny colour on the green bikes, Emma Blackmore. So now they look at that. Oh, a good little move coming through from Kirsty Watts on the inside, but straight away trying to get into the corner first. But Ruby Spring saw it coming, took the inside line. But Watts is not going to give up, is she? She's going to go. She's going to make them work hard. Kirsty Watts.
Yeah, this corner is going to be really important, and she's really fighting for her position there.
Well, good to see them fighting for position into the corner. Watts knows what to do, goes around the corner. Oh, it's gone a little bit wide. Ruby Spring tucks the inside line. Hard down the left-hand side up against the barriers. The riders from Counties Manukau.
Yeah, Ruby Spring's really hidden out early here.
So Ruby Spring, she's going to be coming down. Can she hold on? She's led the sprint out from a long way. She's going to come through. Ruby Spring's going to take it comfortably. Ruby Spring, Bonnie Rattray. We will wait for the third place rider to come through. And confirm those. Well, defending champion. She hit out early, but she had the confidence and won comfortably by a couple of bike lengths. There we go. At least they come through. We just see that sprint finish again. There's Ruby Spring down on the drops, comfortably taking it out.
Yeah, she managed to get a really good gap there.
So great performance from Ruby Spring. And some fans in the crowd very happy with that. So well done. The defending champion takes the title. Well, that gives us an idea of what's to come for the rest of the afternoon, and a good way to open the race. There we go, the provisional results up. Ruby Spring, Bonnie Rattray, Maureen Green doing a great ride to get up for third place. Emma Blackmore, Kirsty Watts, well, she hit out and tried, did everything right and coming in that fifth place. I was impressed with Kirsty Watts, the way she rode and wasn't frightened to really take it to them and give herself a chance.
That's right, that's what these girls need to learn as well. Be not afraid of losing to try and win the race. Get out and do what you can.
No.
We're at the hot pools.
Hi, Papa.
Bucket list. This is so much fun. Christchurch, love you.
Just the beginning.
Well, there we go. The under-17 men's race will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time, and a really strong field here as well. Good to see some riders who travelled from around the country. We've got James Gardner up from Dunedin. We've got Hamish Banks coming down from Cambridge. So this is going to be a really tough race. Mary Morrison, also Max Priest, Elliot Robinson, Nick Rush, Lucas Saunders, Finn Wilson, Callum McRail, Ben Airy, Hamish Banks, Matthew Davidson, James Gardner, Charlie Hegan, Noah Hollenby, Magnus Jameson, Lockie Jones. This is a good field, and Andrew is going to join me in the commentary this time with the men's race. It was 10 minutes away from the start. We've seen a really exciting race in the women's race. Hamish Banks came down last year. He stepped up from the under-15 into the under-17, so he's back to chance his arm. Maui Morrison is one of the most talented young riders we've got in the country. He is very good. He wins titles at BMX, mountain bike and cyclocross on the track and on the road. So I'm really excited to see how Maui goes today, if he can add the Criterium title to his long list of victories. But plenty of other riders, Andrew, in there with some ideas around stopping Maui and Hamish Banks. They would probably be two of the favourites.
Yeah, I think they're probably the two that we'd be looking at if I was racing. The other one to really probably look out for here is Noah Hollenby. So he's coming up through the under-15 ranks and showing some really good signs as an under-15 rider.
Yeah, well, Noah Hollenby from Timaru, Mid-South Canterbury. Boy, they just keep turning them out from that Mid-South Canterbury region. I don't know what they do down there. They've got a good coaching structure going, and across the men's and the women's and the young riders, a great program.
Yeah, they keep turning them out, and you see all the Olympians that they've turned out, like Mark Ryan and Hayden Rolston, and South Canterbury really has those next level riders coming through.
So I know you were watching on the under-17 girls race. Very good ride by Ruby Spring, defending her title. Was there anything you saw on the course or the conditions that these guys have to be aware of?
I think just down that back straight, which is a headwind the whole way down, is probably going to be the hardest part of it. The guys that really probably don't have the sprint to win this need to think about ways they can really take it on and really make their chance to take the win.
So the riders are just getting their final instructions from the Chief Commissaire. You'll see Commissaire written on the back. That's Mark Reynolds. So he's the head referee, if you like, for the race. Olivia Span's the chief judge, so she keeps an eye on make sure the photo finish and everything is right in the finish, checking the numbers of the riders. So they put on, see them just making a few adjustments to each other's. That's so they can be picked up by the finishing camera. They have the transponders on the bikes as well, and Christchurch Boys High. I saw a group of Christchurch Boys High riders riding around now. Of course, they run one of the best schools programs in the country, don't they? They've got a fantastic coach out there who just seems to bring them to the national championships each year to be real contenders in that Sir Bernard Ferguson team's time trial. Yeah,
they're doing it really well. Gary McNaughton's the teacher in charge there, and he's doing a phenomenal job with the school. They've really tuned out some phenomenal athletes in probably the last 5 to 10 years.
Well, Lawrence Pithy, he's one of them. We'll see him in action a little bit later on today as he will be defending his elite men's title. Of course, a protege of Christchurch Boys High.
Yeah, he's really tuning into a bit of a cycling phenomenon at the moment, and had some phenomenal results at the Tour of Southland recently.
So the riders, we're seeing the back view of them at the moment as they are lined up. They've got their final instructions. The numbers are in the right place. They'll head off on their neutral lap. This is the Under-17 men's road race, the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships, coming to us from a beautiful, sunny Christchurch City. And what a fantastic job the Christchurch City Council have done closing this road off. Such a beautiful environment. As we look out from Koha Fitness, Andrew, we're looking at all the people under the trees and keeping out of the sun. But enjoying beautiful sunny conditions and getting a coffee and an ice cream and coming down to watch some great cycling.
Yeah, it's really turned on a great day here, Dal, and it's great to see so many people starting to come out and build in the crowd.
So the riders, we can see some of them looking relaxed, some looking a little bit anxious. They all want to win the National Criterium title. Great to see, look at that, out enjoying the sunny conditions. Of course, a massive week here in Christchurch, and it's great to have the Criterium National Championships coming on the end of Cup Week. And I know last night when I flew in and saw people really enjoying themselves after a great day out at the races, and good to see people getting out today and coming down to the cafes, coming down to Cambridge Terrace to watch the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships. So Mark Reynolds giving them plenty of instruction around the course. He's a man that'll be keeping an eye on the riding and making sure all the rules are obeyed and they do what they need to do. Do you want a nice cold drink? That's what we like to see. And tell you, if you're outside, you want to have the sunblock on today around the country. I know there's pretty good conditions up north as well. They won't be too far away from rolling away. We have 10 minutes between races. The riders are organised. The numbers are on in the right place. And just quickly, we'll run through the field. Ben Airy, Hamish Banks, Matthew Davidson, James Gardner, Charlie Hegan, Noah Hollenby, Magnus Jameson, Lockie Jones, Callum McGill, Maui Morrison, Josh McCauley, Max Priest, Elliot Robinson, Nick Rush, Lucas Sanders, Finn Wilson. They're the riders lining up in this Under-17 Boys National Criterium Championships. Well, some names we've seen come up through the age groups of school cycling, and no doubt you've seen plenty of the Canterbury and Mid-South Canterbury riders. Andrew, who's your favourite for today's race?
Yeah, really looking at it, if I was talking about the people from down south, I think Noah Hollenby is probably the one that really stands out out of the Canterbury and Mid-South Canterbury riders. The other one that really, I think, probably is a big watch is Maui Morrison.
So there we go. Andrew's got Hollenby and Maui Morrison, two very good picks. So I think young Nick Rush as well, he's stepping up from the under-15s. Probably not quite the horsepower, but a very talented young rider, and I know he's got some lofty goals in front of him, and he will be looking to test himself. But it can be a big step up from under-15 to under-17 in that very first year.
Yeah, it can be quite a big jump as far as that goes, Dale. So it can take some athletes maybe a year to find their feet.
So Max Priest from Auckland, he's been riding schools racing up there as well as being a part of the Dynamo series. And we've been pretty lucky in the North Island. I don't know what's been sort of racing you've had down here, but we've been really lucky in the North Island with George Sandoval running the Trust House series for the riders in the lower North Island, and Stephen and Nathan Cox running the Dynamo series. So they've had a good bunch of racing, and because it's run in categories, the kids are allowed to ride. And so I've seen Maui and Hamish riding as a part of that Dynamo series. So they've had plenty of good hard racing.
Yeah, and that really helps to build the experience and bring their racing form up as well, Del. So we're seeing some really good events coming up, and definitely in the North Island you've seen some great ones come through. We're starting to get them back in the South Island now, which is really good. Christchurch starts in next week, so it'll be great to get that back underway as well.
Oh, well, it's one of my favourite series. They do a fantastic job. Of course, I'm sitting at home in Cambridge, but I can follow it online with all the updates that keep happening. I really love the Christchurch series. It really set the benchmark for these series and the standard of racing. And you're doing it a long time before anyone in the North Island was with the Christchurch series, and it's great to see it starting up. So they get the green flag. They're on their neutral lap. The nerves and the long wait for the riders is over and underway. Well, we're talking about Maui Morrison. He's on the left of our screen as we look at it. He's riding in the Waikato Performance Hub colours. And the BMX Nationals were on a couple of weeks ago, and Maui usually competes in those, but he wasn't. But he was feeling a little bit left out, and I saw some photos that his dad posted on Facebook, and he's about 10 feet up in the air, just doing these massive big jumps, and he's got amazing bike handling skills. We'll see, we want to keep his wheels on the ground today. There he is, sitting in third wheel at the moment, number 110, Maui Morrison. 105, Charlie Hegan. He's in the Christchurch Boys High colours. He raced the Schools National Championships last year in the South Island Champs, the Cut and Tour. Also, which is great to see, he does mountain bike racing as well, and a great way to hone your skills. We see the cyclocross riders and the mountain bike riders coming through so often into roads. So, Andrew, it's great to see when these young guys send in their bios that the amount of cross cycling they do as well as some other sports.
Yeah, I think that's really important, especially as they're developing as athletes. It allows them to sort of be a bit more multifaceted in multiple sports, whether it be running or swimming and cycling, rather than just focusing on one thing, especially at such a young age.
So we usually expect the under-17 boys, they're on their neutral lap at the moment. They'll be coming down to get the green to be underway in racing. Their race is also 20 minutes plus 2 laps of this very fast 1 kilometre circuit. Great circuit for Criterium racing. Good long straight to the finish. A very tight bunch. The head referee will be happy with that, and he will fire the gun. They'll be underway racing. So 20 minutes plus 2 laps, and these guys usually don't muck around. They're usually fairly aggressive from the start, but this is a strong field, so they're going to have to watch one another. And as I said, there we go. Straight away, Andrew, they're attacking.
Yeah, they're really stepping into it, so it's great to see it just straight from the gun. Really trying to split the field up early and sort of get into a bit of a slugging match straight away.
So that's Noah Hollenby. Straight away, not frightened to take it to them and say, well, let's make it as hard as we can from the start. Hamish Banks is number 102. He's the other rider in the Waikato Hub colours, just sitting towards the back of the field. But Noah Hollenby, he just wants to, he's well warmed up and ready to get straight into the racing. So he's the young man from Timaru in the white and the green, leading them down in the back straight into that headwind.
Yeah, he's really stepping into it, Dal. It's great to see. He's just got to be careful he's not doing a little bit too much too early.
Yeah, 20 minutes, it doesn't sound like a lot, but this type of racing is really intense. Your concentration, you're braking hard, going in and out of the corners. Already see one rider having a drink, which is not a bad thing to do because it's been really hot. Well, it is really hot out there. It's 26 degrees for the riders and taking on the hydration. There's another little attack. That'll be James Gardner from Dunedin. He just covers it. It's Christchurch Boys High. Christchurch Boys High rider. He wants to mix it up.
Yeah, that's Matthew Davidson on the front giving it a good go.
So Matthew Davidson. Yeah, I really like the way Christchurch Boys High ride. They're encouraged to race aggressively as well, and they support each other as teammates. But it's going to be hard to crack the field in this early stage, isn't it? You know, they're pretty even, these guys. They know each other well, so it's going to take a bit to get a breakaway. But look at that, one sits up and there's a counter-attack straight away.
Yeah, they're just going at each other at the moment, which is great. What you normally see in a race like this is the first sort of 10 minutes is sort of really getting stuck in and trying to race hard, and then everyone starts to get a little bit tired, and that's where something usually sticks. So it'll be interesting to see whether that comes out today. So
James Gardner, well, he did well in the National Road Series, the Swift race actually, which was a great initiative from Cycling New Zealand. We had the Swift race and James Gardner performed well in that. And totally different skill required today from riding on the trainer indoors and to come out and race on the road and get around the corners fast and use your bike handling skills. But the e-racing that we've seen with Swift, Andrew, has just played such a massive part in cycling this year in particular.
Yeah, I mean, with the world and the situation that it's in at the moment, it's been a massive thing, and it's really been good for a lot of Kiwis, and we're seeing a lot of people really excel in that, from the Ella Harrises and Ollie Joneses, who have won Zwift Academy in the past, and Campbell Pithy was a finalist there last year, so it's providing some really good opportunities as well.
Well, I do enjoy watching Ollie Jones race on Swift. He's one of the best. I'll be interested to see today if he's got the towel over the shoulder when he comes out to race in the crit. He's a very, very good rider on Swift. But he also had an outstanding tour of Southland, so it's certainly the guys that go well on Swift and the women that race well on Swift, they certainly race well on the road and track also.
Yeah, you've really seen them push forward this year, and I think like Ollie's had a breakthrough season this year, especially at Southland. He was really fighting for that sort of top three finish. It was great to see him really step up there.
So still good aggressive racing from the riders, the lead changing multiple times. This is the under-17 men's road race. If you've just joined us on Sky Sport Next, I'm Dale Woodford. Andrew Williams is with me with our expert comments. This is the under-17 men's criterium. They race for 20 minutes plus 2 laps. And the action has been on really from the gun. They got through the neutral and then straight away the attack started and they'll just keep going. So that could be Max Priest, I think, as he comes out of the shadows. It looked like the colours of Barfoot and Thompson, Auckland Hub, and it is indeed. He's just leading it out, and we're starting to see some splits. So the pressure, we've been getting probably around into coming up towards the halfway stage of the race. Mary Morrison just closes the gap down in the white helmet in the Waikato Performance Hub colours. Little man in the middle in the SBN colours will pick his number up as he goes around the corner. In the black, didn't quite see him, but he covered that, shut it down pretty quickly. Hollenby just maybe paying a little bit for his aggression earlier. There he goes, just coming back up into the top 5 or 6 in the green out of the seat. As a look at Mary Morrison.
And you're really getting to that sort of 10-minute stage now as well, Dal. So this is where it really starts to hurt. You've sort of worked really hard in that first sort of 10 minutes, tried to establish a move, and obviously this bunch is split a little bit, and it's where your really legs are starting to burn and you're gasping for air.
Yeah, Elliot Robinson from Wellington leads them, and they did a good job covering the move. He's riding in the black jersey on the front. Finn Wilson from Auckland, he was on the back of this group in the black and bright green. So plenty of racing still to come. The under-17 men's, no one's been able to get away. There's been plenty tried, but we haven't even seen a break of a couple of bike lengths as yet. But Hamish Banks has been notably quiet. He's usually a very aggressive rider. He's big, he's powerful and strong. But Hamish Banks, he's been a little bit quiet on the course.
I think he's probably just biding his time, hopefully, Dell, and I think we'll see probably in the next 5 minutes these guys will really start to pick up the pace or set up for the sprint. It's going to be pretty interesting which way it's going to go.
So they're just coming around to lap a couple of riders that found the pace a little bit too hot. And the front riders go through. So Elliot Robinson goes around the outside, Max Priest, Maui Morrison, Hamish Banks just sitting there on about fifth wheel. And the pressure has been on. A couple of riders finding it a little bit too tough, just being lapped. But it's only a 1 kilometre circuit, so if you get it wrong, it doesn't take long to lose a bit of time.
Yeah, when it goes wrong, it will definitely go wrong on this course. So, you know, these guys will be lapping through in probably a minute 20, a minute 30. So it's not a lot of time to lose.
So Max Priest, number 112, sitting in there. Nick Rush, man from Rolleston. He's in there, he's only 15 years of age, and he's stepped up into this event, and he's looking pretty comfortable as well.
Yeah, Nick's looking good. He's does a little bit of mountain biking in his spare time as well. So it's nice to see another one of these guys that are out there doing multiple sort of disciplines as well.
Motorbike just sits in front of the riders down the back straight. Of course, tough work for the guy on the motorbike when they hit full speed to get around the corners at the speed they will travel. When we get into the elite riders later on in the program, of course, they will be on at about 5:30 this evening. The elite men, around 5 o'clock for the elite women. A really strong field assembled. There they go, they're spread out. When you see them spread across the road like this, you know the pace has just eased off a little bit, a regrouping. And there's could be a little bit of an intermediate sprint coming up. Gardner going through on the inside. Maybe it was a little bit of an attack at James Gardner. He wants to put the pace on, apply the pressure. He's a strong rider, James Gardner. And this has put a little bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, and they're having to respond. James Gardner, now he's launched. This is a serious move from James Gardner. Maui Morrison going after him.
Maui's obviously recognised how serious this attack is and wants to be part of it. It'd be great to see if they could look to continue this as well.
Elliot Robinson, though, shut it down. Good ride from the young man from Wellington. He got across quickly. And just about back together. Morrison keeps it going as they head away from us. They'll swing around the corner. So Maui Morrison takes over on the front. So he won't be too worried if it stays together. He's got a good kick on him, but there'll be 1 or 2 riders in here that will worry him a little bit. When will we see Hamish Banks launch an attack? He's biding his time. He's being very patient. It's around the corner. Elliot Robinson. There's a look over his shoulder. They're tucked under the shadows. They come out into the sun. Gardner in the Otago colours. Maui Morrison, Hamish Banks.
They're really just sizing each other up now, Dal. It looks like they're just waiting to see who's going to make the next move, who's going to pounce and really try and take control of this race.
Well, there's the opportunity for somebody, and just as you said, James Gardner, he's the one. He's going, well, I'm going to just keep trying to stretch it out. I'm not going to wait for the sprint finish. Let's make it as hard as possible. So down, he'll swing around into the headwind. And if you can get a little bit of a gap in the headwind, it makes it hard for those to close it. So Gardner looking strong, but covered straight away. The same 2 riders, Morrison and Robinson. Onto the big man from Otago. He's riding extremely aggressive. Good to see this aggressive riding style. But the others are a little bit reluctant to work with him. Hamish Banks brings them back up, and they're almost back together. Nick Rush gets a nice little dream run on sitting in behind Hamish Banks. Also in there, Noah Hollenby. Noah's looking pretty comfortable. He went out early, but now he's just been patient, sitting in the group, waiting for maybe to launch an attack in the closing stages of the race. Remember, they go for 20 minutes plus 2 laps. So Gardner leads down the back.
You can really see these moves starting to split the field up, and now it looks like everyone's starting to hurt as we come towards the end of this race. Well,
the pace has been on, hasn't it, right from the start? And, of course, A number of riders really fancy their chances. I think they all do. Anyone in this group right now knows they're in with a shot of taking this Vantage Windows and Doors National Under-17 Boys Criterium National title. And that means you're the national champion for the whole year, because this is the first of the 2021 championships. Morrison looks across. So as they come around, of course, you're watching this on Sky Sport Next. Don't forget to engage with us. If you've got anything, you got any questions, any comments, let us know you're watching. It's a great race we're seeing here in Christchurch. Beautiful conditions, of course, coming to you, Sky Sport Next. Let us know who you're supporting, who your favourite rider is. If you've got any questions, of course, you can send those in. We'll get the answers for you. You can do that, I guess, on the, of course, via the YouTube or at Del Woodford if you want to message us, if you've got any questions for Andrew. But definitely let us know who you're supporting, because this is a great race. Right throughout the afternoon, we're going to see some great racing with the under-17 boys. They're going to set the standard, I think. They've just ridden aggressively. Once again, it's James Gardner. If there was a most aggressive rider title, he would be the one that it would be going to right now.
Yeah, he's had a phenomenal ride today. It's great to see him being aggressive and really trying to get in there and split the field up.
So we'll have to have a look. There can't be too many more laps to go. 20 minutes plus 2. Who's your favourite if you're at home? Let us know. Gardner just takes a little bit of a rest. They know that he's done a lot of work. 3 to go, so I see 3 laps on the lap board. So when the leaders come through, they're getting 3 to go.
So this is where it gets really important. The guys that are trying to set themselves up for the sprint need to make sure they're not using as little energy as possible, and those that don't have the sprint to finish it off need to really take advantage of that.
So Robinson goes through to the front, not frightened to lead the race. Impressive young rider. He's ridden well today. Noah Hollenby, there he goes. He's popped back up to the front end of the race, knows it's getting towards the business end. Mary Morrison just rocking and rolling a little bit. Finn Wilson. Ben Airy, he's a triathlete, comes through the Canterbury Triathlon Academy in there as well, number 101 in the blue with the green helmet. There's Hamish Banks making a move around the outside. Well, we knew he was waiting patiently, but he's only going up onto the wheel and covers it. So still, Andrew, it's tight.
Yeah, it's very tight there, Del, and it looks like everyone's starting to get a wee bit nervous with what's coming up in the next couple of laps.
So we watch them go down the back into the headwind. Come around this tight, fast little corner. Push yourself out to the left and hard up against the barriers. They'll come out of the shadows into the sun. Manx taking on a drink. Gardner just going to the back now in the blue and yellow of Otago. Good to see James Gardner riding so well. So they've spread across the road. And just as we say that, little move coming, I think it might have been Lockie Jones. 2 laps to go. So around the corner, Elliot Robinson, he has ridden a very good race, and now he's he's followed things, he's covered things, now he's gone on the attack. Well, with 2 to go, has he gone too early? He might be thinking that, but Mary Morrison's going, well, I don't think I'm going to let him go, and Mary Morrison doesn't mind lighting a couple of matches in the pack if he's got any left to get onto the back wheel. Has a look over his shoulder. This could be dangerous. Max Priest, good job by Max. He's closed it down and back together, Andrew.
Yeah, it's all shut down. It's sort of one of those races where nothing's looking like it's going to stick at the moment. Everyone just sort of chases as soon as someone gets a small gap.
So timing, getting it right. And that was a good little move, though, because it's far enough away for everyone to look at each other. But the riders know at this level, you can't give anyone too many metres. You can't let them get too far up the road. You might not see them again. And it regroups down the back straight into the headwind.
Yeah, I think if you sort of get a 10 to 15 metre gap here, it's going to be really hard to pull it back.
So what's James Gardner thinking? He knows they're going to come around to get one to go. When they come past us, the bell will go. Here's a drink. The last one. He won't have time once they come through the Vantage windows and doors finishing banner. We're in Christchurch City. Beautiful conditions, 26 degrees. This is the under-17 men's Criterium National Championships. They're spread across the road. They all want to win the title.
Yeah, and the pace has really gone out of this at the moment. So they're just sizing each other up, waiting for someone else to make a move. And if you're sort of near the back here, this is the perfect time to have a crack at them.
Yeah, and that's be good advice if you could just get into their earpiece if we're allowed those and say maybe be an area, you got the strength as a triathlete, just hit them hard about now. He's in there. Of course, in the triathlon, you don't get to ride in bunch races quite like this the same, but he's ridden exceptionally well. Noah Hollenby, he goes through to the front. Hamish Banks now, he starts to go through as well. Charlie Hegan, we haven't talked about him too much, but he hasn't done a thing wrong. He's right, he's in the Christchurch Boys High colours. They're right across the road. They're still, some are sitting in, but they're lining up, they're fanning out. So they don't mind facing the breeze. Noah Hollenby, he's leading them. There comes Gardner around the outside on their left hand. James Gardner. Is he going to be able to sneak away, get away? James Gardner's going to put the pressure on. Who's going to respond? We heard Andrew say if you can get about 15 metres, it might be enough. He's got about a half a metre at the moment.
He's just trying to lead into this bottom corner so he can really have a crack out of it. It's quite a long straight from here, so it'll be interesting to see if he can sort of try and fight to hold on here.
So James Gardner, he's going to wind up from a long sprint. There he goes, James Gardner. He's got about a bike length. Hamish Banks is onto his back wheel. Here comes Maui Morrison on the outside. James Gardner from Otago is going to take it. James Gardner takes it from Maui Morrison. Wow, what a performance from James Gardner. He was the aggressor right throughout the race, and you would have to say, if we look at this, he's led around the corner. He led them out. Andrew, he's hit them hard out of that corner, got the gap, and look at the power of the man from Otago. He just rode away from them.
Oh, that seated power is incredible, Dale. It was great to see him really take the race by the scruff of the neck and hit out of that corner, say it's mine, I want to take it, and away he went.
Very good ride. James Gardner crosses the line. So James Gardner from Maui Morrison and Hamish Banks. That's how I sort of crossed the line. Of course, we'll put the provisional results up once they come through to us. That was a very exciting race and a great way to sort of keep the momentum and the momentum building throughout the afternoon. James Gardner, though, you can't fault the way he raced. In fact, a lot of the riders in there, they're really impressive with their maturity, their tactics, and the positive attitude they took into the race.
Yeah, they really looked to take the race and ride hard, which is really encouraging to see. They weren't just waiting for a big bunch kick. So, and you saw that with James, he was attacking well and really trying to make the moves. And he hit that bottom corner really hard and just went for it, and it paid off.
Well, the crowd got a good bit of time. There they go. They're celebrating the victory. Some nice dancing going on out on the streets. We could be in Madrid right now with the La Rumba. People enjoying the sunshine here in Christchurch. There we go, the provisional results. James Gardner takes it from Maui Morrison. Hamish Banks, very impressive with Finn Wilson getting up for 4th, and Nick Rush in 5th place. So the time for the event, the lap time, 1 minute 48. The fastest lap was 1 minute 30.
So they're definitely moving around there, Dell. I think we'll see as we get through the sort of age groups that the under-19s will probably be in the 115s to 120s in some of their laps, and even the elite men may be fractionally quicker.
Well, the wind's getting up, but it is fast. Of course, the next race coming up on the program is the under-19 women's race, and we'll bring you that field as soon as it's confirmed and comes up for us. You're with Del Woodford and Andrew Williams on Sky Sport Next. Don't be frightened to let us know who you're supporting and who your favourites are. Send in your comments.
effortless. 6. Woo! This is so much fun. Christchurch, love you!
Just the beginning!
I saw Ruth and I messaged her when we were in that.
So there we go. The field is up for the under-19 Women's National Criterium Championships. And a lot on the line. The champions jersey, Rayleigh Ackroyd, Amy Blackmore, Annabelle Bly, Jenna Borthwick, Amy Callow, Madison Lowry, Charlotte Spurway, Amelia Sykes, Sammy Walker. So a really strong field. It's not a big field, but gee, there's some rock stars in there. Some of them have really stood out over the years. Jenna Borthwick, Charlotte Spurway on the track have been outstanding riders. Jenna Borthwick, such a powerhouse. And joining me once again, Elise Fraser's coming in to give us expert comments. And don't be frightened to send us in your messages. Tell us who you're supporting. Of course, you can do that on Sky Sport Next on the YouTube channel, which is where all the action is coming to you from. So please let us know who you're supporting, who you're encouraging. We see the field starting to line up.
There's a good representation of hub riders in there. I think there's only one girl, Amy Callow, who's not riding in a hub jersey.
So the performance hubs, the blue, usually with the blue sleeves, is the Auckland Performance Hub. We have multiple performance hubs around the country, initiatives of Cycling New Zealand to give young riders the opportunity to get specialist coaching and develop. So Amy Blackmore, she will be in the colours of the Barfoot and Thompson Auckland Performance Hub. I think that's the
Upper South Hub, I think it's called.
The Upper South Hub. Apollo. So there's the crowd enjoying the hot sunny conditions and a beautiful setting here. You can get under the trees and out of that hot sun. But if you're out there, it's 26 degrees. The wind is starting to get up. And of course, it's been a racing week here in Canterbury with Cup Week being finished off with the two wheels, the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships. The under-19 women's race, the next race on the program, it's 30 minutes plus 2 laps. It will get underway in around 2.5 minutes time or so at 3:30. So fantastic, the redevelopment of Canterbury since the earthquakes. The city is looking absolutely amazing, and it's great for us to be down here as we see the dancing in the street, lots of entertainment, lots of people having a really good time celebrating at the start of summer, the end of Cup Week, the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships. The crowd continues to build. We've got some rock stars coming up later on in the program with the elite men, the elite women. The under-19 women's race is the next race on the program. They go for 30 minutes. And some of the big names that we've talked about over the years in age group racing, they're lined up. We'll be able to pick them out as they go through. And as Elise said, plenty of representation from Performance Hub riders. Amy Blackmore in the blue, the Auckland colours with the blue sleeves. And good to see her down here. Her dad Bill rode in the street race. We saw her sister ride in the under 17 girls. So it's been a great family weekend in Canterbury for the Blackmores, and of course they're really involved in the Dynamo series with the iBuilt racing teams taking part in that. So don't forget to let us know who you are supporting. Send in your comments. Great to have you viewing, watching from around the country. It's the Vantage Criterium National Championships. We're in Christchurch. This is our second year we've been to Christchurch for the event. Of course, for many years it was in Takapuna. And last year with the planned roadworks, the race, Christchurch City Council really grabbed the opportunity and brought the race down. So we're back as we see the tram going through in the background. I tell you, it's such a great backdrop for bike racing and city centre racing. And you get a day like today, Elise, and you couldn't wish for better.
Yeah, it's really beautiful out there, very picturesque. A really nice vibe, atmosphere. Come on down if you're not here already.
And if you're watching at home and you know someone that should be watching, make sure you let them know it's on how to get on. It's easy. Go on to YouTube, skysportnext. You can follow the Vantage National Criterium Championships with us. And if you have any questions for our expert commentator, Elise Fraser, who has raced at the very highest level, then send them in. Tell her who your favourite is and why. So they're on their neutral lap. They get the all clear from the head referee, Mark Reynolds. The flags fly. The wind, at least, just getting up maybe sort of a knot or two.
Yeah, I went for a wee walk around while the under-17 boys were on, and I think the wind is just coming up, especially on that back straight. I think it is quite the headwind now.
So this is a neutral lap, but they've strung out a little bit. So I'm pretty sure they didn't say just go from the start line. By the way they're looking around, maybe they did, but that would be unusual. All the others have had a neutral lap. And that's what we'd expect. One neutral lap, they'll come through to get the start. Amy Blackmore, just keep an eye on things there at the back. Hassan Lowry from Ashburton. Of course, is ridden on the Road and Track, National Track Championships. National champion in the points race, 2020 Nationals.
Yeah, this kind of race really suits a points racer as well, sort of on right from the start, and a lot of stop, go. So she's definitely one to watch in this race.
Sammy Walker. What do you know about Sammy Walker? She started racing in BMX, switched to road and track about 5 years ago. So, you know, we saw Maui Morrison. We were talking about him with Andrew. He's one of the most talented riders I know. He can do everything from BMX, cyclocross, mountain bike, race criteriums, win national road titles. Sammy, another rider that's come over from BMX.
That's right. It's great to see these young kids that are really dynamic. They can jump from discipline to discipline, and they've got a lot of skills across the board on the bike, and that really helps them in all racing.
And of course, recently retired, Raquel Sheath was also a very, very good BMX racer in her younger days, and well, we saw what she could do on the track and on the road, a former National Criterium champion, and I think when she's sitting at home watching this, she would love to be here racing it as well. And I saw her the other week, she's still quite fit.
Yeah, it's a big loss to the sport, but we're lucky enough that she has taken on an intern coaching role with the Waikato Hub, so they're very lucky to have her and a lot of experience that she can pass on to these riders.
Yeah, it's a shame it can leave such a big gap when, you know, riders with experience like yourself and Raquel, you know, Rushy Buchanan, when she stops, God, you know, it leaves such this massive gap, and if we can somehow keep you active and keep you riding, and you know, maybe we'll encourage Ray to get an Essential Assurance women's team going to challenge Velo Project, and we can get Raquel heading that up.
That's right. There's a lot of space, especially in the women's domain, for some mentors, some good female coaches, and some teams. Yeah.
So the riders, just again, getting a little bit of a sense of the conditions, a little bit of sense of how everyone may be feeling, and a little bit of looking at each other. It's early stages. This race is a little bit longer than what we've seen. We've got 30 minutes plus the 2 laps because they'll get the lap board up with 3 to go. We'll try and keep a little sneaky eye on that as they go around this wonderful course, come out of the shadows, and they will be into their racing. I expect to see some aggression in this race. Straight away, Jenna Borthwick on the front. Jenna Borthwick, such a great rider on the track, and I think her coach Terry Jide keeps her in pretty much peak condition for big events like this. So Jenna Borthwick. Charlotte Spurway is a rider that's really impressed me as well with the way she races. I've watched her a lot on the track, and you'll be able to tell us a little bit more about how she goes on the road.
Yeah, Charlotte's another rider that is very dynamic. Races really hard on the track and really aggressive on the road. She's not afraid to, hit out hard and give it a go. And she doesn't have as good as a sprint as the likes of Jenna Borthwick. So I know that Charlotte will be looking to try and heat up the race pretty early on and get away.
Well, we'll wait and see. I don't know if she's got her orange shoes on today. She usually wears them on the track and it's easy to pick out. Her bright orange shoes. Jenna Borthwick always generally has her blue shoes on. And Canterbury rider are leading the field at the moment in the Canterbury colours, actually. Looks like the red and black. It could be the Canterbury. Is that the Canterbury Skin Set or is it the Canterbury Time Trial Association
colours? I think
colours?
it's Canterbury Track Cycling.
Canterbury Track Cycling. So the Criterium, of course, coming up in the coming weeks. We have the Cambridge 3-Day, which will be on the track. It's be the Madison and the Omnium National Championships. So this is a great little way to kick that season off, the Criterium. I know Aaron Gate talked about it after I was winning the Tour of Southland, how he was looking forward to riding the Criterium Championship, sort of just to sharpen up and get into that snappy mode going into the National Omnium and Madison Championships. Of course, a lot of the riders riding this will be in action on the track as well. They do not just one sport in general, or one discipline. You'll see these riders race across road and track throughout the year.
Some of these riders will also be trying to get some points for the National Road Series that they've introduced this year. So I think the first event was a couple of weeks ago at the AEC Novice Tour.
Yeah, it's a great initiative from Cycling New Zealand, the National Junior Road Series, or National Road Series as it's called, and it was a real pleasure to kick it off with the e-sport racing and the Swift competition. The under-15s, under-17s absolutely loved it, and of course that was James Gardner. He rode exceptionally well in that opening race, and here he is picking up the national title. And then, big field at the Ashurst Engineering and Novice Tour of Manawatu. I think they well over 100 riders competing and some really tough racing during that. So both across the girls and the boys grades, really strong field. So really good to see. And I know coming up there's the tour in Nelson, and then we've also got the Hawke's Bay Tour as well as a part of that National Road Series. And it goes right through to the Age Group Road Nationals in Rotorua in April. Plenty to race for. If you've just joined us, welcome to Sky Sport Next. I'm Dale Woodford. Joining me is Elise Fraser with the expert comments. This is the Under-19 Women's National Criterium Championships. They will race for 30 minutes. They've been going for about 5, and the pace is starting to pick up. Jenna Borthwick leading.
Yeah, traditionally, these under-17, under-19 younger girls, the race has been a bit negative, but it's really good to see some aggressive racing come out today. I think that's probably largely in part to how well New Zealand has been represented in the women's scene overseas this year, with 3 really solid under-23 riders. Pretty impressive. So hopefully that's filtering down into these young girls. They're seeing, how to race, how to get out there and give it a good go.
Yeah, I think it's great, absolutely great to see the aggression, and the coaches encourage riders to be aggressive, not be frightened, as Andrew said, frightened to lose the race by trying to win it. And we've seen some great performances from our young women cyclists. Good to see overnight or yesterday, Neem Fisher-Black, whose team folded during the season, has signed with a really strong team, and that'll be great for her coming into the 2021 season. Ella Harris as well will be coming back from injury. I think she's still in Italy at the moment. And Michaela Harvey, so had a great season. Unfortunately, her team, along with Neems, folded so they missed the last couple of races, but had some outstanding results, and probably the best results, at least, we've had on the road from our women cyclists, particularly in Europe. Yeah,
it was very impressive. Michaela taking that young riders jersey at the Giro Rosa is a huge step up for anyone in New Zealand, and it just gives these young riders something to strive for.
And it wasn't that long ago we were watching a race, the under-17 and then the under-19 races like this. So, these races are so important. And the aggression out there at the moment, is that Charlotte Spurway?
That's right, those orange shoes you were talking about earlier.
On the front and straight, Jenna Borthwick's attack. Charlotte Spurway's go, well, let's go. Jenna's gone. Let's see if we can take a little bit of sting out of her legs, because she has got that big sprint finish.
You can see them all in one line. The pace is hot. They're really driving this, trying to break the race up.
They are. Look at Amy Blackmore. She's having to cover. So I don't know if there's any team tactics or hub tactics going on here, but if there is, she's outnumbered. The only one in the Auckland Performance Hub, and trying to cover is pretty difficult to try and cover both Spurway and Borthwick. So you'd have to sort of pick which one you want to cover the most, wouldn't you, in this situation?
That's right. You're really going to have to gauge your effort, and that's right. You can't shut everything down by yourself. It looks like she's gone off the front herself now.
Well, why not? If you're covering everything, just might as well use that energy and see if I can split them up. It's brave, the aggression we saw in the under-17 men's race has been just continued. It's just ramped up in the under-19 women's race, and we've only been coming up around 10 minutes. And it's been on. You would think we're into the closing stages of the race. If you're sitting at home watching on Sky Sport Next, who's your favourite rider? Who do you want to win it? I know there'll be plenty of mums, dads, grandmas and fans watching. So let us know. We will sing out. They'll be able to feel that support.
It's coming down through the start-finish line. Looks like they've lost a couple of riders out the back. So that pace has been really hot, been really driving this.
Yes, this is the under-19 Women's Road National Criterium Championships. And, of course, I was thinking about, they get a National Champions jersey at the end of this. And that means if you do go overseas and race, or you race any Criterium anywhere in the world, you can wear that National Champions jersey. And to a team like yours, the Velo Project team, to have a National Champions jersey amongst the team, what's it mean?
Oh, it's so special. It really means a lot for the sponsors to get a signed jersey and be able to hang it on their wall and things like that. It's crucial. It's really important for these riders as well. It's the first year they've had an under-19 grade specifically. It just shows them that it's really important.
It is important, and it's great that we can have a separate grade. It just shows the depth, and it's starting to grow. I know that the field's not as big as they were probably hoping, but this is a really good quality field. And it's only going to keep growing. As you put the category in, and it's just going to keep growing. Of course, a lot of the riders, difficult for them to get there right now with so much going on with exams and things. But, to get the quality of rider we've got and to have this under-19 grade in this race, it has been on right from the start. They're holding, no one's holding anything back right now.
No, that's right. Everyone's throwing everything they've got at it.
So who's the favourite? We'll put Elise on the line in a minute, and we'll ask her who is going to win the race. And who, she's seen about nearly 15 minutes of it now, so she'll have it sorted.
There's definitely no one person who's been out, Everyone's given it a really good go off the front. We just see it settle down a little bit now, but I don't think you can go past Jenna Borthwick. Last year, when she rode with the elites, she was the best placed under-19, and her track dominance is very clear, so hopefully she can pull this into the road and give the crit a good finish.
Yeah, well, she's a pretty clever rider in the bunch races on the track. She's a really great all-round cyclist, but the others, they know that as well. And she does have that big target on her back, and she knows she'll be marked. And you'll have to think about it. Charlotte Spurway won't let her have it easy or have it all her own way. Charlotte Spurway leads them around, and a little bit of an attack again.
That's right. Charlotte's been training really hard. She's come off the Young Couture where she got second there. So, yeah, she'll be definitely wanting to get this jersey.
So Charlotte Spearway puts her head down and goes, come on, we'll just try and string it out. And you can see one or two riders, their heads drop, the sort of the elastic stretches and stretches. It hasn't quite broken yet, but it's almost on its maximum strain. The Charlotte Spearway puts the pressure on. And of course, her fellow hub riders, they know her strength, and that can be a bad thing when you're trying to split it up. They know what you might do.
Yeah, it's great to see her not give up here. She's keeping the power down. She's driving it because she can see girls that are, struggling going off the back. She's not giving up.
So that can be a hard thing to do mentally, isn't it? When you're going on the attack and you see everyone on your wheel and you think, oh, should I keep it going? It's really easy to sit up, but she's got the confidence right now to keep the pace high.
That's right. It's very impressive.
And Jenna Borthwick puts the head down, closes the gap, gets up onto the back wheel. So they're getting through. They'll be around the halfway stage. And it's a small field, but it's still compact. And it's still anybody's bike race. Jenna Borthwick goes, well, Charlotte Spearway's just attacked, so I'm going to counter straight over the top. Now Spearway's got to dig deep.
It's really impressive tactics, and these two are really working hard.
So they're not holding anything back, going at it, hammer and tong. You're watching at home. Who is your favourite? Who are you picking?
So she's Charlotte back on the front, and we see some gaps open up.
Yeah, one or two right. Well, they haven't really felt the pace. Riley Ackroyd from Invercargill just sitting in there, just covering things.
Riley's a good sprinter as well, so she'll be looking to hide as much as possible. So coming into that final lap, hopefully she can give the bunch a good kick.
Yeah, very smart rider, well looked after. As a part of the hub down there with Sid Cumming. He's a fantastic coach and really sort of sets the standard, I think, for the hub programs around the country with what he delivers. Cycling Southland.
Yeah, they've got their Southland champs coming up in a couple of weeks on the track as well, so it's a good hit out for them.
Ideal preparation. And of course, Southland just last week, we had the 64th edition of the Tour of Southland. And if you missed any of that, of course, you can go, you'll find that again on YouTube. I found it. A couple of stages I missed. I went on and it popped up. So it wasn't on skysportnext, it was on Sky Sport. As we've got Emma Blackmore just settling things down on the front, and it's probably not a bad thing to do right now if you've just been breathing a bit hard after a couple of attacks, is go through to the front, just settle it down a wee bit.
Yeah, we see some of the riders take on fluids. It's really hot out there, so important to keep hydrated, have a breath, and reset to go again.
So the under-19 Women's National title, who's going to get the Vantage National Champions jersey. Blackmore has a look over his shoulder. He's got a couple of bike lengths clear, but just doesn't want to go on the attack. Charlotte Spearway. Amy Callow from Prebbleton. Just covering things. So a little bit of a truce right now. So the wind's not playing too much of causing too much of a problem for the riders out there. They're just taking it in their stride. They know they've got the headwind, tailwind situation. And sometimes that big headwind, if it gets up too much, can discourage the attacks. Some riders like it and will encourage them to attack because they know if they get the gap, there can be a reluctance from the others to maybe just close it down, because if they start chasing, you get that advantage, don't you? If you can force one of your competitors to chase and get in their slipstream, you're getting the easier ride, and the rider that's brave enough to attack can sometimes take advantage of the other riders looking at one another. It's a criterium racing, like all bike racing, in a number of sports, it's tactical. And you've got to get your positioning right, your timing right. So Emma Blackmore's almost done a full lap on the front. Leads them through. Amelia Sykes, another really well-performed rider, came second last year in the Criterium, so that would have been racing in the elite as well.
No, Amelia's just stepped up into this under-19 grade, so last year she got second in the under-17 Criterium to Ruby Spring, who we saw just win.
That's right.
The last under-17 race.
I was here. Very good rider. She knows the circuit well. And a big step up, though, isn't it? You know, when you go from the under 17 into under 19. But it's great having this grade, so they're not straight into the elite, and they're having their own race. And here we go. There's an attack.
Charlotte Spurway hitting it again.
Charlotte Spurway doesn't want to wait for the sprint finish. She knows how strong Jenna Borthwick is and seizes the opportunity. But they respond straight away. Jenna Borthwick goes, well, I'm not going to let Charlotte Spurway get away. This is tight.
It's really good to see these under 19 girls, like technically very well. They're cornering really well. Oh, it looks like we've just lost a fence down on the finishing straight, so hopefully they can get that sorted out.
So the wind just getting up a little bit, but the riders, they're coping out there on the, when we say it's full, I've just probably leaned on it. It's not that windy yet. And we see Jenna Borthwick brings it back together. They come through. We'll have a little sneaky look out. No, they still haven't got the lap board up. I don't see any lap board up yet. So they're still probably another 5 minutes away from getting the 3 to go. Charlotte Spurway once again taking control on the front. Well, just like the under-17 men's race, they're not frightened to go to the front and put their nose into the wind.
It looks like Charlotte's going again. She's really trying to get away from these girls. She really wants to get away and take the win.
And Amelia Sykes covering her. Emma Blackmore just at the back. Riley Ackroyd still sitting there, just tucked on the back, out of the wind, down this back straight. Being patient. Well, Jenna Borthwick will be pretty happy with the situation right now, but she's still having to do plenty of work with these attacks coming from Charlotte Spurway. As we get a little bit of the bumps down the back straight. I'll swing around the corner past the Vantage banners into the shadows, into the tailwind.
Yeah, it looks like a few of the girls are getting a bit tired. So you see Charlotte is almost stuck on the front there now after doing that big attack. The girls are waiting for her to go again, so they're being pretty vigilant and watching her.
Well, they come through as the crowd just cheers them on. The lap board stays down, so they haven't got 2 to go yet. And there is a little bit of a truce. As Elise said, it can be a dangerous time, though. If someone decides, well, while they ease up, I've got enough in the legs and I'm brave enough. But the speed and the amount of attacks that we've seen during the race, maybe no one's quite got that zap at the moment to do that, and they're all feeling the pressure. If you were in this, what would you be doing, Elise, right now?
Oh, I'm definitely not a sprinter, so I'd be looking to get away. Yeah, the likes of Charlotte, she's tried really hard and she's done plenty of attacks. So hopefully she's got one more big one left in her before the finish.
Well, they're leaving her on the front, aren't they?
Yes.
Charlotte Spurway.
Very tough position to be in, and obviously attacking from the front, everyone can see what you're doing and it's easier to get on the wheel. So she might have to be a bit cunning here and try something else.
Yeah, try and manoeuvre herself well. We're getting into like a track tactic situation at the moment with the riders looking at each other, moving across the road left to right. They're fanned out.
And it looks like Jenna Borthwick said it's time, heading off.
Jenna Borthwick, as we've already seen in this race, she's aggressive. Now she is probably the best sprinter here, so she would be one you wouldn't have to worry too much about waiting, but she's aggressive. She likes to make the race hard, just doesn't want it to dawdle around. So Jenna Borthwick.
Yeah, it's great to see her animating the race.
Canterbury's Jenna Borthwick sits their second wheel as they come down the finishing straight. They'll come into view. The spectators will be starting to cheer them on. If you're at home watching on Sky Sport Next, let us know who you're supporting, who you see as the favourite. If you've got any questions for Elise, by all means, just send them in, no problem at all. We don't mind answering them for you if we can.
And Charlotte Spurway's just gone again. Let's see if Jenna can shut this down. It's good to see these two girls really riding aggressive. They were selected for the Junior Track Worlds this year, which unfortunately didn't go ahead, so they'll definitely be looking to light this one up.
Well, the elastic might have snapped. Jenna Borthwick, Charlotte Spurway, they've got away. Amy Blackmore was just stuck a little bit on the inside and couldn't respond straight away, and they've got the gap. They've got a good few bike lengths. And will they work well together? Jenna Borthwick pulls over Charlotte Spurway, well, she's not shy, and she'll be going straight through to keep the pace high around the corner. So
yeah, it looks like the girls behind are a bit splintered as well, so they won't be working that well together, which will play into the hands of Charlotte and Jenna that are away in the front.
We'll just have a look. I haven't seen any lap balls, but that could be because of the wind. They could be approaching the last lap or two of the race. Didn't hear the bell go. Of course, we are inside and the wind's going the other way, but we picked it up earlier. 3 to go. There we go. We hear John McKenzie, who's doing the PA for us here, give them 3 laps to go, so the lap board will come out. So 3 to go. Jenna Borthwick, Charlotte Spurway. Well, they've been the aggressors and they've finally got away. Probably not what Charlotte Spurway wanted, to have Jenna Borthwick with her, but not a bad situation to be in. On the front, the 2 strongest riders, well, the 2 most aggressive riders in the race have got away, and the others, well, they're scrambling. Riley Ackroyd putting in a brave performance, trying to get across to her, as is Amy Callow. But they've spread out. Charlotte Spurway on the front, and they have got their heads down. They're not waiting. They're not going to sit up and let it regroup. So if the others want to get on, they're going to have to put in a big effort.
Yeah, it's good to see these two out the front working really well together.
So Riley Ackroyd's not giving up. She sees them in front of her. They're just dangling. The Southland rider trying to get on equal terms, but the 2 in front of her working hard together. She'll be wanting them to just have a little bit of a sit up and go, no, you do it. We just saw Amy Blackmore as well. So still 2 riders on the front. Going after this National Champions jersey, the under-19 Women's Vantage National Criterium Championship jersey. That's the prize at the end of it. Charlotte Spurway, Jenna Borthwick. So they swing into the Cambridge Terrace. They'll come into the finishing straight. They'll get 2 to go.
Yeah, these two are looking very impressive, really strong. I'd say the rest of the field now are fighting for that 3rd spot.
So plenty of encouragement. 2 laps to go. Jenna Borthwick, Charlotte Spurway go under the banner. And we can see the others are not out of it, but they aren't making any inroads. These 2, so if you're in this position with 2 to go and you're Charlotte Spurway, you've got Jenna Borthwick working just as hard as you are, what can you do? What are your tactics?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough situation. Charlotte needs to try. She needs to try and get away. Give it a good effort.
So Jenna Borthwick swings across. Charlotte Spurway goes through. They have a little look under their shoulder just to see what sort of gap they've got. And both riding the Cervelo bikes. Same kit. We can pick them out, the different shoe colour. Charlotte Spurway will have the orange shoes, the blue shoes of Jenna Borthwick. And as Elise said, they were both selected for the Junior World Championships. And unfortunately, it's the year we've had, as in so many sports, they didn't go ahead. So 2 young rock stars missing their opportunity to get some experience on the world stage, but it'll come.
Yeah, Jenna and Charlotte will be pairing up to do the Madison at the Waikato, the national champs, next weekend. So they'll be racing with the elite women. So that'll be very exciting.
Well, that'll be exciting. That'll scare some of the elite women if they've got their, their changes and their tactics and everything right. They are a very capable pair and won't be frightened to mix it up and take it to some of the elite riders. And they'll be thinking nervously about these young stars that are coming through, taking them on. Right now, they're taking each other on, though, in the Vantage National Criterium Championships. They're not riding as a Madison pair today. They're adversaries out there, and it's Charlotte Spurway, Jenna Borthwick. They go through, 1 to go. So Jenna Borthwick right now has got Charlotte Spurway where she wants her, in front of her, but Charlotte Spurway, she will be pulling over and asking Jenna Borthwick to go through. So the title will be decided between these two riders, Charlotte Spurway, Jenna Borthwick. Amelia Sykes looks like she's jumped clear of the other chasers and trying to get herself up into that bronze medal position.
Now, these two definitely aren't backing off.
No, they're not backing off at all. They're not slowing down, and it's a real credit to both of them. They haven't shirked a turn. No one sort of said, no, you do more, or Fox a little bit. Not yet. They're racing hard. They're racing honestly, and they're going to line up and see who's got the best legs at the finish. Jenna Borthwick, Charlotte Spurway. So different lines into the corner. One tight on the inside, one a little bit more onto the outside.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. They're coming up into this last corner. This is a sharp corner, and then it's all downhill from there.
So around that tight corner, who's going to lead? Who wants to take the lead into the corner? We've seen in the other races, if you lead in, you get a little bit of a gap. It's really hard with this tailwind finish to come past them. But this is the gearing's a little bit different here. So Charlotte Spurway's on the front. Jenna Borthwick sits in the slipstream. So with the advantage at the moment.
But a get a mouse, and then Jenna's going.
Jenna Borthwick decides, well, I'm going to go. I'm going to lead it out. I'm going to go early. But Charlotte Spurway's not giving up and is fighting. But Jenna Borthwick kicks clear. Jenna Borthwick's going to take it from Charlotte Spurway. Jenna Borthwick goes through and wins the Vantage National Criterium Championships. What a ride by the young Canterbury rider.
Really impressive from the both of them. That was awesome.
So here's the battle for third place. Will be coming up shortly. They're going to come around the corner into view. Oh, it's going to be tight.
It's Riley Ackroyd and Amelia Sykes going head to head.
So they come in towards the finish. Who's going to get it? Riley Ackroyd goes through, takes it, takes the bronze. Very good performance from the Southland rider. She just missed the move, tried to get across, but gets the bronze medal. So good reward for her efforts today. So just seeing Riley Ackroyd come through, picks up the bronze comfortably.
So it was a very aggressive race from those under-19 girls. Very impressive. So Jenna Borthwick taking it from Charlotte Spurway and Riley Ackroyd in third.
Bucket list.
Christchurch, love you!
Just the beginning!
And there's the event list for the Vantage Windows and Doors Criterium National Champs. So we've just finished the under-19 women, and at 4:10 we're lining up for the under-19 men. I expect that to be a very aggressive race.
Yeah, it'll be a great continue on from the under-19 women's race. So it was super aggressive from Jenna Borthwick and Charlotte Spillway, and great to see them really split the field.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got 15 men in the under-19 race.
So there's a good list of up-and-comers here. So there's some real good standouts like Mitchell Fitzsimmons, who's a national medalist and a Junior Worlds representative. Ryan McLeod, who's in the same boat, second in the individual pursuit last year. So it was really good. It'll be really good to see those guys stand up and try and get into it. Zach Patterson's also made the trip down from Cambridge, so he's going really, really well. So great to see.
And we've got Dal outside with Jenna Borthwick just about to start the interview.
Very much. It was awesome.
It was a really tough, aggressive race.
Yeah, it was. There was lots of different attacks and everyone was working really hard. It was really good.
You had a big target on your back coming into this, and you rode aggressively as well throughout the race.
Yeah, I love riding aggressively. It gets the job done good. Yeah.
Charlotte, she put in plenty of attacks throughout the race, and when you got away, what were you thinking?
I was like, oh my God, Charlotte's timed this perfectly. I think we're going to stay away this attack, finally.
Well, well done. What's it mean to you to win the Vantage National Criterium Championships here at home in Christchurch?
It's just awesome because I've got like lots of family and friends out to watch and everyone can see me and me going well as well. It was cool. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on a great performance.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, your under-19 Criterium National Champion, Jenna Borthwick.
So there we had Jenna Borthwick with Dell just giving a countdown from the race and her account. So as we move forward towards these under-19 boys, so we see them starting to hit the line now while they get the race briefing from the commissaire.
Yeah, again, this is a new category for these boys. Previously they've ridden with the elites, so it's really great to have the under-19 boys being able to fight for their own jersey.
Yeah, and as mentioned before, there's some really good riders in here, and these guys will be really looking to stamp their mark at the start of the season, and show that they've got the goods and look forward to a really positive year.
A lot of these men will be looking to qualify in the next couple of weeks for track Junior Worlds, which are in April next year, so they've got some qualifying times to make.
Yeah, so that's going to be done at the New Zealand Omnium Champs. So that's held up in Cambridge next year. So it'll be really interesting to see, or next week, should I say. So it'll be interesting to see how they really perform there. Following that with Waikato Champs and also with Southland Champs, where they look to set a time and a marker down. So it should be really good to see.
Great to see the cruiser out there enjoying the Vantage National Criterium Championships. We're coming into the under-19 men's race. We saw just a fantastic race and a delighted Jenna Borthwick. Wow, it was so cool to see what this title meant to her and to show off in front of her family and friends right here in Christchurch. Winning it at home, there's nothing like it. So coming up next on Sky Sport Next, the Vantage Criterium National Championships, as we look at that young girl just getting down here, getting excited. That's the future of the sport. Waiting for the under-19 men to line up in a really strong field here as well. So Mikel Andro, Dan Barkley, Adam Bidwell, Lewis Bauer, James Corey, Andrew Davison, Lewis Davidson, Jonathan Fish, Mitchell Fitzsimmons, James Grayland, John T. Harris, Ruben Heslip, Ryan McLeod, Austin Miles, Zach Patterson, Mikkel Van Hennigan, and Jackson White. So a really strong field. some real young rock stars of the sport coming through. Ryan McLeod always races really aggressively on the track. I've seen him race a number of times, and Andrew, he's really one of my favourite riders with the way he is so aggressive. You know, in his track racing in particular, I've seen like he just doesn't mind taking it to the field.
Yeah, Ryan's a real risk taker. He's of the sort of opinion that he can go out and win every race, and he'd rather try and win or go down trying to win than finish second or third, which is a really good sign for a young rider. And it's paying dividends for him, so it's good to see.
As we see the riders line up, and we see the riders from Skoda Frezio on the start line, this young team and what Brad Tilby has done with the young riders and given them opportunities, much the same as you do with Velo Project with the women's team. It's so important to have teams like Skoda and like yourself developing these young riders.
Yeah, these guys are giving the next young sort of hopes of New Zealand cycling a chance and allowing them to progress in a positive, supportive environment. And we've seen some phenomenal athletes come through those teams. So it's great to see what Brad and Skoda as a sponsor are doing to really help them.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you haven't tried those Frezio berries, you've got to get them because they are the number one. If you like smoothies, their smoothie mix is unbelievable. I got their blueberries the other day. They sell them in kilo bags in the supermarket, value for money. And I tell you what, I didn't know about them in the supermarket until they started sponsoring cycling, and they are good. They're world class, mate. You get the girls' team onto it, get Velo Project onto them, and I tell you, the level will go up a notch.
I think it's worth a try, Dal.
So, of course, Miles Continental, who are supplying the beautiful Skoda car for us. Well, they've got 3 cars here throughout the championships. A massive supporter of Cycling Canterbury as well. And a big thanks to Miles Continental for their support, along with the Christchurch City Council, for bringing this event to Christchurch, taken away from Takapuna. It's been 2 great years here. I think it's the event has grown year on year, year upon year. We saw a big crowd last year. It's bigger this year. The conditions are perfect. Great way to end Cup Week in Christchurch.
Yeah, it's just bang on the money, really. It's a beautiful day. Had a great weekend, and what better way to finish it with some good hard bike racing.
So they roll away. 30 minutes plus 2 laps. The aggression. These boys, they only know one speed. It's flat out, go as hard as you can, go to your blow. They don't muck around. So straight into it. Usually they'd have a neutral lap, but I think they went straight off the start line for 30 minutes of racing. So we'll keep an eye on the clock. Skoda Frezio straight away on the attack. So don't forget to send your comments through via YouTube. If you've signed in, you're watching. We know there's plenty of you watching out there. Great to have you with us. I'm Dale Woodford. Andrew Williams with me as our experts comment man, one of the top coaches in New Zealand cycling and responsible for the Velo Project women's team, but he also looks after the defending champion, Lawrence Pithy, who we're going to see later on in the elite men's race. He will answer any questions you have about the circuit. He's ridden around it himself. He knows it inside out. He knows a lot of these young riders as well, as we see an aggressive move right from the start. So a planned move, do you think, Andrew, by the team?
Yeah, I'd like to think that they're sort of trying to work together as a unit, so it takes pressure off some of the other riders early on and really makes the rest of the team chase.
So they go through, and Mikkel van Hennigan leading them through. So he's a big boy and plenty of power. There's plenty of power behind him as well. So they're stretched out really right from the gun, Indian file. You know when the race is like this and you see the peloton just stretched out like that, you know the pace is on. It's when they fan out across the road and they get in 2s and 3s and we see them bunch up that it's buttoned off a little bit. I don't know if we'll see too much of that in the next 30 minutes as the pace is extremely high. Andrew Davidson in the black, sitting in the middle. He just wants to get tucked in, get on a wheel. Good to see some of the young Christchurch boys high riders stepping in. Of course, being a 2020 title, they might be racing under 17, but they've stepped up to the under 19. So that's a really tough step, that one from under 17 to under 19. But good to see them in there as we see the group just get onto the back wheel and together, but still strung out.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan McLeod's hit the front here, so he's a boy or a man with plenty of horsepower. So it'll be interesting to see if he keeps continuing what Zach Patterson started.
Yeah, Ryan McLeod usually has the long locks flowing out the back, and he has got a ton of horsepower, right? You can see on the track when he goes, he opens up a gap, and he loves to race aggressively. If you're in a race with Ryan McLeod, you won't be left wondering. You'll know you've been in a bike race. So he leads them through.
And just following him, second wheels, Michiel van Heinigen, under 17 scratch race champion a couple of seasons ago. So definitely some good pedigree out there today, Del.
Yeah, Michiel van Heinigen, very, very good rider. And, of course, he rode well in the National Road Series. Swift, the opening race of that, and sitting there on the wheel of McLeod. Stepping up, he doesn't look out of place at all, though, does he? He's not worried, and just covers it. And straight away, it's strung out a little bit. Dan Barclay, rider that's just got into the Auckland Performance Hub, rode the age group road nationals. And we can see one or two riders just starting to feel the pressure. It has been on from the start. They only go for 30 minutes. They'll feel like they've had about 2 hours of racing in the legs when they get off their bikes because the pace is on from the start.
Yeah, definitely in a criterium. The worst place to be is at the back. You just get slungshot around the corners, and all of a sudden a group opens and you're in trouble. Or a gap opens and you're in trouble, sorry.
Well, you get a gap where you get a little group. A little group can often go well on a circuit like this, can't they? You can get 2 or 3 or 4 riders away, and they're working together, they're committed, they can get good lines, fast lines through the corners, and the big bunch can be a little bit look at each other and not quite as smooth. So, we may see a split. There's a long way to go in this race. It's just started, and the aggression, you got someone like Jonty Harris who goes up hills pretty well, but he's not a big sprinter, so at some stage he will want to try and get away. But while these powerhouse riders are on the front, riding such a high speed, that makes that really difficult.
Oh, it makes it really hard for Jonty. I mean, he's so suited to climbing and sort of rolling terrain, and this is just really a pure power circuit, so it'll definitely be a challenging aspect for him.
Well, Skoda Fusio, they've got a little bit of a plan, and they've got plenty of numbers in there. And Zach Patterson from Cambridge. Zach, a very good rider. He turn it on when he wants to. He's been going well on the track also. So a lot of the young track riders, and of course later on we're going to see many of their men's national endurance team racing on the track, racing here in Christchurch instead of on the track. But they're well suited to this type of event and the power and the that's required to do well on a criterium.
Yeah, I mean, it crosses over quite well, like big accelerations, a huge seated power. You can really transition nicely from hard track work into a criterium like this.
So a lot of people talk about watts and stuff, Andrew. What sort of wattage are we going to expect from these young riders today? If they're putting in a big effort, the speed we're seeing at the moment, what sort of watts? And then what sort of watts is it going to take in the sprint finish?
I think the winner's probably going to be doing a max for 5 seconds of maybe 1,200 to 1,300 watts. So that's some pretty big numbers from these boys, and they're really going to be putting it out. Probably at the moment on the front, the guy leading's doing 350 to 400, which is not a picnic.
It doesn't look like it from where I'm sitting right now. The pace is on, and it's certainly no picnic out there. You don't have time to stop and put the rug down on the grass at the moment. Skoda Fusio riders just always lighting it up. Lewis Bauer of Auckland. Lewis was second in the under-17 age group road nationals in the road race, 5th in the time trial. And a good little attack. So the Skoda Fusio team do have a little bit of a plan, but sometimes when they're attacking like this, the other riders, one or two of them can just hide in the middle of the bunch, can't they? They can just sit there and go, just let these guys burn themselves out for a bit at the moment. Yeah,
and that does look like it's happening a wee bit, Del. So you've got a couple of guys that are sort of always around the front, closing the gaps, and then guys like Mitchell Fitzsimmons, who we haven't mentioned, is sort of incognito at the moment.
Well, not one of those riders from Mid-South Canterbury, Mitchell Fitzsimmons. He's got a finish on him, and he knows how to sniff out the front end when it matters in the bike race. So we'll see him getting towards the closing stages for sure. I would imagine so anyway, but like you say, if a split goes, something happens. As they come down in front of us, of course, we're at the Koha Fitness Centre inside. enjoying the air conditioning because it's over 26 outside, and people are enjoying the cold drink, got the sunblock on, or they're relaxing under the trees watching it on the big screen. John McKenzie keeping them entertained. As we see the peloton. Well, from the get-go, when Mark Reynolds said away we go, it's looked like this, all Indian file. They haven't sat up at all at the moment. Nico Van Heineken having a little look around, sits on third wheel. James Corey of Timaru.
There's a wee balk there from Zach Patterson, went to go and then eased up.
This is a good, you look at James Corey, 2019 South Auckland Secondary Schools. He's a young man stepping up into the under-19s, pretty handy on the mountain bike as well, but he looked really comfortable just sitting in that bunch there. When that little fake sort of move went from Zach Patterson, he's just sitting there. He looked nice and relaxed. So he's obviously got really good bike handling skills, and he's not someone I've seen race before. You don't no doubt have seen him race in the region, but he's looking really good in here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys here that are looking super comfy, and nearly cooked it on that corner there. But, it's good to see that there's so many guys here at the moment fighting for a top position.
Jonathan Fish, another young rider as well, just sits in there. We haven't seen him, we haven't had to talk about him yet, but a young guy that's really coming up through the ranks as well.
Yeah, Jonathan's really going from strength to strength at the moment. A fabulous track season last year. Some medals through the under-17 grades in the individual pursuit, and looked really good in the endurance events.
So there's maybe the first little truce of the afternoon, a little bit of looking around. Let's go to Fusio. We're just going to have a wee rest off the front of the bunch. It settles down. Who's going to be next to go? This is 30 minutes plus 2 laps. Nico Van Heineken has a look, and there we see an attack straight away. So from the Auckland Performance Hub, Dan Barclay, he goes in, just goes to rip it up a little bit. Nico Van Heineken goes after him. So Van Heineken doing plenty of work, just covering everything at the moment. He seems to be the guy that rides, wheel 2, 3, and if someone goes, he responds. And there's a couple of bike lengths. Is it enough? Can they keep applying the pressure? Well, he's not giving up, Dan Barclay. He's trying to stretch it out, and he's keeping the pace on.
He's really stringing these boys out now, and it's starting to hurt them pretty hard.
So a planned move around the corner, using every little bit of asphalt and some of the concrete in the gutter as well to get around there at the high speed. So a move coming, Sko to go, well, we've got him back. We'll just counter-attack that and keep the pressure on. They come down through the start-finish. Lewis Bauer. So Lewis Bauer doesn't mind going to the front. Has a look over his shoulder. They're still there, but the field is getting a little bit thinner. 1 or 2 starting to drop off, and feel the heat, feel the pace.
Yeah, that's a really good move here by Lewis. He took advantage of the attack that just happened before. Everyone was a little bit tired, and then he hit them hard.
So when you're out front like this, you're going probably pretty close to your maximum, and they're chasing you. At some stage, who's going to give up first, the guy's chasing or the guy out front?
Yeah, well, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? It's so hard out the front, especially when you're by yourself, trying to pace that effort. At the moment, he'll be going just about 100% here. Trying to establish a gap, but it looks like it's all going to come back pretty soon.
Yeah, it's a big effort, and those chasing are having to put in, as much energy or use as much energy. If you're sitting in that slipstream, it's around, 20% easier if you can get into the draft of the rider in front of you and save some energy. So Lewis Bauer gets brought back into the fold. Who's going to be next to go? But it's done some damage. There's some tired legs. There's some guys starting to drop their heads a little bit. We see Lewis Bauer come back in, and a little bit of a regroup. But 1 or 2 riders have dropped off the back, including one of the Skoda Fusio boys, so paying for his efforts in the earlier stages of the race.
Yeah, that looks like Ryan McLeod. That's just been distanced, which is a bit of a surprise there.
Yeah, that's the surprise. Ryan McLeod, he may have had a little bit of a problem. He's got enough power to close it down, but he put in some big attacks as well. And if you haven't quite recovered and someone counters, that's what can happen. You can just be feeling a little bit bogged down in the legs and you miss it. So they look across, spreads out, and we know the pace has dropped off when that happens, and someone will attack. There's no doubt about that. Just who's it going to be? Down the outside and down the inside, looks like Jackson White from Timaru. So he said this is one of his favourite races and he can't wait to mix it up. Well, that's what he's done. He's waited patiently. Now it's his turn to mix it up, and he goes to the front, puts the pressure on.
And that's what you've seen from the team from Circuit Asphalt there. They've sort of been waiting a little bit with Michiel van Heinigen and Jackson White, and now all of a sudden they've just sort of started to make a move, and it's really starting to pay off.
Yeah, it's a good move, isn't it? He's opened up the gap, the biggest gap we've seen so far. He's got some company as well, so if there's the guy with him, he's prepared to work, and it's Bauer, I think, Lewis Bauer it is indeed. He's jumped across, and well, we know he's not going to wait. They're working hard. But so is the peloton behind, and they are chasing really hard. James Corey from Timaru leading the charge in the black, trying to bring it back together. He might not get a lot of help, so he'll want to get across there, because if some of the riders, Michiel van Heinigen going across, he's got a teammate up the road if they're riding in the same colours or they're riding as a team. So, of course, the National Criterium Championships, it's a individual race, but of course it can mean so much winning the national title and having that national champions jersey amongst your team. And it's good to see the riders, I think, Andrew, learning a little bit about team tactics and how to support each other.
Yeah, it's a really crucial thing, learning how to ride with each other and for each other at different times. So today will really help those two or three boys that are riding together for Skoda and Circuit Asphalt.
Michael Adu just getting himself back into that group, into the middle of the group as well. Nice little place to be, nice and sheltered out of the wind.
Yeah, Michael in that position there won't have to deal with the sort of hard accelerations quite as much as being at the back. As we see an attack here, it looks like one of the Skoda boys is having a crack, is it?
Big attack down the right-hand side. He swings across, get a line into the corner. Can he keep the momentum going through the corner and attack out of it? So the pace, they seize up, they sit up for a little bit, then bang, someone decides to attack. So come on, if you're at home, don't be frightened to send us your comments. Who's your pick for this race? Because right now it's on, and they've been attacking. They'll kill each other before it gets to the end. The way they're going, it'll be last man standing. It's so aggressive.
Yeah, Zach Patterson's that man that's just made the move there.
Well, Zach Patterson, Michiel van Heinigen, following him around. They have a look. Yes, there's a little bit more damage done. So this is a 30-minute plus 2 laps race. They're getting into it. The Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships, because the champion's jersey is what the winner will be able to wear for the rest of the season. And teams love to have that. The riders love to have that. Saw one being worn by a rider today, warming up. He had his time trial national champions jersey on. And Vantage Windows and Doors bringing you the Vantage National Criterium Championships here in Christchurch. And a big thanks to our host city, the Christchurch City Council, for the work they've done. Koha Fitness for supporting the event and allowing us to broadcast out of their Fitness Centre today. Moffats have supplied the flowers to all the winners that we'll see later on the podium, and Miles Continental Skoda for the race vehicles.
Here's a good move going off the front. It looks like it might be Mitchell Fitzsimmons making a little bit of a dash for freedom here.
Well, Mitchell Fitzsimmons, he'll go through. Mitchell Fitzsimmons from Timaru. Well, we talked about him. We hadn't seen him, and he was going to do something. So Mitchell Fitzsimmons, look at him go. He's accelerating into the corner, carries the speed through the corner. Great line, comes out at maximum speed, and he has opened up a big gap. So Mitchell Fitzsimmons, seen him come through the age groups. He's been well looked after, well coached by the team down there in Mid-South Canterbury. Sees the motorbike in front of him, so he's got something to sort of uses a little bit of a guide, has a look over his shoulder. He's got the gap. This is a big move.
Yeah, and Mitchell's a rider that you don't really want to give an inch to. He's got great speed, very fast in the finish, but it can also hold a consistent pace for a really long period of time. You can see the pace is just going off in that bunch, so it's an advantage Fitzsimmons at the moment.
Yes, it's gone. They're looking at each other. Who wants to close it down? Fitzsimmons, he's got the advantage. He's got the gap. And he can just pick his own lines. Now he can settle into his rhythm and judge his pace. He'll have a little look at his computer on his bike and he'll know what sort of tempo he needs to ride at. He'll watch the heart rate. He'll watch the power. And he knows what he's got to do. He's got the bit between his teeth, a knee out, round the corner, out of the saddle to keep the speed high.
And you can see there, Dale, that Mitchell can pick his lines. He's choosing the best line for him to get around that corner and cornering at really high speed there.
So Mitchell Fitzsimmons, the crowd here in Christchurch, they're getting behind him, a big roar as he goes through. Well, they've seen an aggressive race and now they see a big gap. And one or two starting to panic. Mikkel van Hennigan, he goes through, so pulls James Corey, goes over the top of Corey, but Fitzsimmons is up the road. The question will be, has he gone too early?
Yeah, and this is a bit of the unknown. It's where back in the bunch, if you're riding there, you've really got to make that decision. Do I commit and chase, or do I wait and see what happens? The thing is, you can run out of road pretty quickly.
You can, but you don't win races just sitting in bunches waiting for the sprinters to take it from you. So Mitchell Fitzsimmons, he's got a pretty good sprint on him as well, but it's great to see him out front. He just maybe felt today there were some guys a little bit fresher, a little bit faster, and there's nothing happening in the peloton. As we look at it, they're fanned across the road. They're all looking and wanting. Now, every time that happens, that's another 5-10 seconds for Mitchell Fitzsimmons, and each of those little seconds he can pick up through the corners fast, good lines. The peloton look at each other. He can just keep riding his own race and going away from them.
Yeah, Mitchell's dosing his effort really well here. He's obviously, I'd say, riding to power, making sure that he's not sort of overreaching himself now after establishing a really good gap.
So Timaru's Mitchell Fitzsimmons out front. Who's going to be the team or the rider that commits to bringing him back? We saw an aggressive start. Skoda Fusio putting in right from the get-go a huge effort. They might be paying for that a little bit now. And we see Mitchell Fitzsimmons. He's got around that lap pretty quick as he's back in front of us. We look back to the peloton. He's probably got about a 6-7 second gap. And that's a fair bit on this circuit.
Yeah, it becomes pretty hard to chase down, even 3 or 4 seconds here all of a sudden is so much of a hard work to get back.
Adam Bidwell's the man who's been asked to do it. The team have put him on the front, but they're not strung out, and this man, look at him, he is riding superbly. Mitchell Fitzsimmons out front at the moment. He's got a good tempo going. He's on the top. He looks over his shoulder. He sees daylight, so he has another look. He doesn't have to worry too much at the moment. He's just going away. He's still going away from them. Now, this is the tough bit from him, is that the headwind. So what do you do in the headwind? And that's, when you're out there on your own.
You really just got to put your head down and go for it, push through it and try and get through. So you as you swing it right here, it sort of goes to a crosswind, but you're a lot more sheltered through this side of the circuit. That way is really getting a little bit of a rest, really.
So Mitchell Fitzsimmons, he is riding exceptionally well. He's got the break. Now he's in full time trial mode. Good line around the corner, just keeping his speed nice and high. He'll have a little look. As he comes in, you can see the peloton just in the background, but they're a long way back at the moment. We'll get a little bit of a time check as they come through. See what sort of gap he's coming down. Here he goes. He's coming past us at the start-finish. And he's looking strong. He's in the big gear at the moment with the tailwind. So the rider's away. Mitchell Fitzsimmons going right now. Oh, the peloton's reacted. He's got 11 seconds. 11 seconds as they come past us if they're reacting. So the speed now. So Fitzsimmons is out there sitting on around the 50, 52 kilometre an hour. And the peloton's reacting. So they're going up to around the 55, 56k an hour.
Yeah, we've seen Michael Adieu just take it on himself to sort of try and chase him and bring that gap down a little bit. Michael's a very fast finisher, so he'll definitely be wanting that Mitchell to come back for the sprint.
So they're really flying along. The pace is on. Fitzsimmons, he's out in front. He has a look over his shoulder. Now, what's he thinking right now? Do I sit up or do I keep going? I'm committed, so I might have to keep going. Richard Fitzsimmons, he's got the advantage now. When he's in this situation, the peloton are coming, but if they decide to ease up, then he can just sneak away again into the headwind. So he's just got to keep it nice and steady through here, just keep that gap, and he'll have to make a decision shortly whether he battles on or sits up and goes back to the bunch. They're coming, they're closing the gap. We're down to about 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, and you've seen those guys get on the front and really work hard, and they've all of a sudden brought that gap back very, very quickly.
So Cameron's just asked us how many laps to go. So the race is 30 minutes plus 2 laps. The lap board hasn't come out yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. When they've got 2 or 3 to go, we'll let you know as soon as we see the lap board or hear John McKenzie announce it. Of course, the lap board's on the opposite side to where we are, or the same side as where we are, so it's difficult to see it. So 30 minutes plus 2 laps of racing, and it's been 30 minutes of full gas racing. They haven't sat up at all. And if you just joined us, this is the Vantage Criterium National Championships under 19 men on Sky Sport Next. I'm Dale Woodford. With me is Andrew Williams giving us expert comments, and this race has been really aggressive. We see Mitchell just go back into the peloton.
Yeah, it's been pretty flat out. So it's good to see the boys really get stuck in and really try and establish a move and take the race by the scruff of the neck.
So a little bit of a truce. That was some effort, and they'll all be breathing pretty hard right now. See John T. Harris sitting in there. Just he might be thinking about having a go. And for him, it's probably a good time right now when it does sit up like that, because the pace has been so high. It's been difficult to launch an attack, especially when you're a guy that likes going up the Port Hills. Yeah,
it's sort of a perfect timing, really, and it usually as a move comes back, you see the pace come out of the bunch, and it's time, as we see someone moving up on the left here, to really have a crack and try and get away.
Well, the truce is over, and another rider decides, well, I'll try my luck, and it's looks like the colours of the Auckland Performance Hub. Is that Dan Barclay trying to rip into it? Plenty of encouragement as Dan Barclay strings them out, being chased pretty hard by James Corey. Corey has been really impressive in this race so far. He's covered a lot. He's one of the strongest ones, but Barclay from the Barfoot and Thompson Auckland Performance Hub just showing what he's capable of as well.
It looks like the pace is just slightly going out of the group behind, so he's really starting to sort of hurt them a little bit here.
Yeah, well, some of the riders, their legs will be sore, and his will be burning as well, but he's not going to sit back and wait, is he? He's gone after them, so I think he knows that the riders in front now, there's some teams in here. We've got Skoda in there, we've got the Asphalt boys in here, and they're all looking at each other.
Yeah, and it's sort of about time where they need to sort of work out who they're riding for and what they're trying to achieve as a team. And if they're sort of riding for one of their guys, get the other two on the front and really try and bring this back.
So the gap, it's not a big one, but he's got probably about 3 or 4 seconds. He's travelling nicely out in front. Remember, we're racing 30 minutes plus 2 laps, so we'll keep an eye. The lap board must be coming up fairly shortly.
And this is a really smart move here by Dan, so he sort of hit them at the right time. It looks like a Skoda rider's trying to come across, so it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen out of this.
Yeah, Dan Barclay, it looks like Lewis Bauer trying to get across. Of course, they'll know each other well from Auckland. Lewis Bauer's been impressive. He's put in a couple of big moves. Gone off the front. Can he get onto the back wheel of Dan Barclay? If he comes, the others will probably follow. Or he's got a bit of a gap. Skoda have got someone riding third wheel at the moment, so they'll be playing a little bit of a policeman's role, but still keeping himself in contention. He's not committed to sitting up, and he's not fully committed to the chase. But look at the move. Now, these two have gone clear, just like we saw in the women's race in the closing stages with Jenna Borthwick and Charlotte Spurway. Lewis Bauer, Dan Barclay, they've gone for it. They're committed. They're fully committed now.
And they're coming down that just to finish off that headwind straight where they're swinging to right and get a little bit of shelter here from the buildings on the left. So they're really going to be looking to sort of push this advantage home now.
Yeah, Caleb Patterson, he's cheering for Lewis Bauer. So he's put in the let's go, and he'll be going all right. He's going for the win, mate. He's feeling your support and feeling your love. Around the corner,
great cornering there by Lewis. You just saw a couple of bike lengths come out of that edge out from Dan there.
Yeah, and just that skill to go through the corners. Now, look at that. Dan might be sitting up. Now, he made the move, so he's probably just starting to tie up a little bit. And now Bauer's on his own, so he goes through.
Yeah, and there's just hit 2 laps to go there, Dal.
2 to go. Andrew had a look across, and the other riders are starting to think, well, what are we going to do? Jackson White from Timaru goes through in the red and black and goes, well, we've got to pick things up. We've got a dangerous man out in front. Lewis Bauer, he's absolutely flying at the moment. Skoda, they might have planned this all along. They went hard from the start. But Lewis Bauer's done plenty of work throughout the race. And look at the effort, look at the strain on the young man as he looks over his shoulder.
Yeah, Lewis is hurting here, but gee, he looks good. So 2 laps more of pain, and hopefully he's going to be walking away with a national champs jersey if that's what he wants.
So plenty of support for him coming in as well. Great to see Lewis Bauer. He's popular. So Dan Davies giving him plenty of support in a big chair, and look at him go. Now he's got the bit between his teeth. He's got the gap, and he's accelerating. He's excited. He knows he's got the advantage. He knows he's got about 3 minutes of effort, going full gas to hold this off. Good line around the corner, out of the seat to keep the momentum going. Skoda Fusio with Lewis Bauer out in front because he was second in the 2020 age group National Championships, 5th in the time trial, so he's fairly handy riding by himself as well with that time trialling ability.
Yeah, he's doing really well here. Probably another minute 40 of hard effort, and he gets to share the spoils if he gets there.
So he's got about 7 seconds at the moment. It looks like 7 seconds. Mikkel van Hennigan goes through, and the team's a little bit disorganised now. This is a great move. Lewis Bauer, he hit them at the right time. I don't think they're going to come back, Andrew.
No, I tend to agree with you here, Dal. Lewis is looking so good. He's really driving it home. He's put his cards on the table and he's all in.
Well, he's going exceptionally well. Good to see some support for Jackson White also coming through. But look at Lewis Bauer, Skoda Fusio. They will be excited. Brad Tilby will be on the edge of his seat. Scott Fairburn will be at home watching, the man that helped get it all going. Some support for Zach Patterson as well, and he's in there. He's got his teammate up the road at the moment, so he'll be sitting pretty.
Oh, looking at this, I think Lewis has just completely flown the coop now. It's really his race to lose, so he's just got to make sure that he gets around those next couple of corners, doesn't take too many risks, and I think the race is his.
Yeah, he's coming around the corner, he's got the knee out, he's nice and steady on the bike. He'll have the Vittoria tyres at the right pressure and using all the grip they can give him. He comes into the sunshine. He's going to be coming down the home straight. The crowd's already starting to cheer, starting to clap. Lewis Bowers from Auckland, Skoda Fusio rider comes through. He's going to take the national title. He is absolutely delighted. A brilliant solo ride by Lewis Bauer as we look at the peloton coming into view. Who's going to take our second and third place? So Skoda trying to do it again, and they're lining up. Who's coming through? Oh, it's going to be tight on the inside, on the outside.
Looked like Zach Patterson in there for second, and maybe Mitchell Fitzsimmons in third.
Yeah, I think you called that right. So we have a look at the replay. They come through. Definitely Zach Patterson. Fighting hard, goes to the line. So the 1-2, they get the Quinella on Cup Week. And as we saw it on the angle, Mitchell Fitzsimmons, very good ride for third place. So we're going to head out and see if we can get a word with our winner, Lewis Bauer. And I'll leave you with Andrew, and we will be with the race winner shortly.
What a great race we just saw there. So some really aggressive racing paying off for Lewis. He just really took it to the field. He was riding well and took advantage fully. The moment you hesitate, you can really lose it, and that's what we saw the peloton do today. Coming up after this is the elite women's race, so it'll be really interesting to see how that's run. Some very, very strong riders here, so it should be a pretty exciting race. So as everyone sort of tries to get ready and the girls are about to, or the women are about to line up, let's just talk a little bit more about that race. We saw some really aggressive riding early on from the Skoda Fusio boys. Zach Patterson hitting out early, and that really sort of put the race in and put it the direction it was going to go. And from that point, no one really backed off. So as we look at the results here, it was Lewis Bauer who took out the win and rode really, really well. So you saw his fastest lap there, a minute 25, so really sort of moving pretty quickly, and it was a 13-second gap at the end, followed by, well, it looks like Jackson White and James Corey, but I'm not sure that's quite right in the provisional results. So it'll be interesting to see what happens at the end there. But yeah, it was some pretty good racing and some real tactical racing there by the boys. And we just had Elise Fraser come back in, so it looks like she's been getting the Velo Project girls ready for the race today. So it'd be good to hear her thoughts of the race that's just happened and what's going to happen in the future one.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see all these junior riders running really aggressively and sticking it to everybody else. Yeah,
and as you're saying there, Elise, it's great to see. Like we saw that with Jenna Borthwick and Charlotte, and then we've got Lewis as well. So he was really going well, Lewis Bowyer. So it's really nice to see. So just waiting now for the interview with Darren Lewis, so he won't be too far away before this happens. So as we say, coming up next is the Elite Women's Race. How do you think that's going to unfold, Elise?
Yeah, hopefully it is really aggressive. I think Velo Project take up about a third of the field, so they'll be looking to do something early on, I would think. We've also got the likes of Charlotte Lucas, who's just come back from Europe, and she'll be wanting to improve on her placing from last year.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte's had a good couple of months in Europe, and it looks like she's had some pretty decent results and some really good racing. Also here we have Nicole Shields, who's a previous national champion, and Nina Wollaston, who's part of the para program, and also defending champion Ellie Wollaston's sister. So it'll be really interesting to see how this race unfolds, and I think that'll be a pretty hot action actually.
It's nice to see Olivia Ray here as well. She's been competing in America for the past 3 years. She's very fast and good on the track. So let's head to the interview.
Lewis, congratulations on an absolutely outstanding ride. You look a little bit shocked. Can you believe it?
No, I can't really. I mean, I wasn't expecting as a first year under 19, but managed to happen, and I'd just like to thank all my teammates for it.
So there was a rider breakaway, you got across to him, you worked together for a little bit. What was going through your mind?
Well, I was hoping he would help me towards the end because he didn't look too confident that would stay away, and then I thought it'd be best to leave him and try go my own because I don't think he wasn't really willing to come with me, so I thought, yeah, it'd be best to go by myself.
When you got the break, there was some real firepower still on the peloton, and you still had, 2.5 laps to go? You were confident you could hang on?
No, I wasn't really. I thought I was going to get brought back, but luckily my teammates sat on the front and slowed it down, so then I could get the upper hand around the corners and just put a bit more time in, which helped me towards the end.
Well, congratulations, National Under-19 Vantage Criterium Champions jersey coming your way. It must mean a lot for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of many for the team, but it's it feels great to get one myself.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And then we saw just a catch-up from Lewis Bauer and the amazing ride that he had to take out that national title. Here we're focusing on the elite women's field, so as they get the briefing from the commissaire and get ready to get the fireworks underway.
Yeah, we've got 17 girls lining up for this race.
So with the conditions, it looks like the wind's starting to pick up a little bit more as well. So that should make for a little bit more challenge. I think they'll really try and split this field up. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think it'll be a bunch kick. So here we go, having a look through the field. We've got the defending champion, Ellie Wollaston, followed by the Under 19 time trial champion Henrietta Christie, who's stepping up. Georgia Danford, who's finished second in this race before. Maddie Douglas, Alicia Evans, Tyler Green, Anna Marie Lipp, Charlotte Lucas, Stella Nightingale, Olivia Ray, who's come back from the States and is racing here, Katie Richards, Helena Rickety, Ruth Robertson, Bria Roderick, Nicole Shields, Emma Smith and Nina Wollaston. So it's a pretty class field here, so it'll be really interesting to see how we go, and I think it'll be a great race.
Yeah, right, Andrew. It's going to be a great race. The defending champion, Ellie Wollaston, wears that number 1. And she will be in the colours of Velo Project. The black and Celeste. So on the front, there we go. We can see her there. Ellie Wollaston.
Interesting to see she's opted for the long arm skin suit. It's pretty warm out there.
Oh, well, they're a little bit more aerodynamic. So she's might be thinking about a breakaway. Ellie Wollaston. She's a great young talent and a fantastic rider. It's got a good sprint on her, but she's aggressive as well. Doesn't just sit around and wait. And of course, riding with her sister, Nina, who's the tandem pilot on the track for Emma Foy. And it's good to see them getting the opportunity to race together. And great to see Nina getting the opportunity to race herself as well. Then we can see the Velo Project. And a couple of different laser helmets being used there. One, the aerodynamic one, and one with the more ventilation. What would be your choice today, Elise?
Oh, I'd have to say Aero's always better. I'd need all the help I could get.
So there we go. We've got the Aero helmet on the rider with the short sleeves
Yeah.
and the vented helmet on the rider with the Aero long sleeves.
They're mixing it up, trying to be fair.
So this is a very, very good field and some young riders stepping up. Maddie Douglas, a really good young rider, has come through the ranks, won many school national titles. Now stepping into the big league, if you like. Olivia Ray. Olivia, I think someone's really dangerous in this race. I love the way she rides. She's a little pocket rocket. She sits there, is crafty, really good tactically, and she's nippy at the finish.
Yeah, Olivia's very aggressive. She's very fast. And as I said before, being in America for the past few years, she would have done a lot of crit racing over there. Crit racing's a massive scene in America, so hopefully we see some good riding from her today.
So we're underway, and Charlotte Lucas wanting to get things underway straight away. I think, was it, or did I just get that wrong? I think it is Charlotte.
Yeah, that is Charlotte. Yeah, she's not mucking around.
No, well, she's come into the race. She's back from Europe. One of the few riders that's actually hit, domestic-based riders that's got the opportunity to go over and ride a couple of the classics. And, she'll probably be able to use some of that strength and form in this. She knows she hasn't got the big sprint finish, so she has to really go on the attack.
Oh, Charlotte has a pretty good sprint. She had, I think, a month overseas in Europe, and she would have learned a lot from that and gained a lot from that experience. Unfortunately, she would have had to do a couple of weeks in isolation on her return, but I know that she had the erg in her hotel, so she would have been smashing out some miles there.
Yeah, it was great to see her get over. I was a bit worried that she wasn't going to get any European racing, and of course from Oka ticket, and almost a home race for her, and I actually have plenty of support out there.
Yeah, she quite often comes over in club races here, so she enjoys the Christchurch scene, and she is well known, so she'll definitely have a lot of support around the course.
So Nicole Shields, another rider we will have to keep a little bit of an eye on. Of course, originally from Central Otago, Dunstan High School, and now in Cambridge with the national track team, which the Olympic team's going to be named next week. So we'll look forward to that and see who's in, who's out, as we see them just bunch up a little bit. So Charlotte Lucas back into the fold, and the defending champion, Ellie Wollaston, takes over on the front of the bunch. So we might see, like the other races, do you think, some attacks, some starts, some stops, or is it going to be full gas the whole way?
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of attacking in this race. I think the girls will try and keep the pace on for the majority of the race and try and take the sting probably out of some of the legs of those sprinters as well.
I'll tell you who was a rider that really impressed me at the Club Road Nationals. Katie Richards from Paraparaumu. She can actually ride Masters 3. She's the National Club Road Race champion, and she gave a lot of riders a real fright at the Nationals. She convincingly won the race. It wasn't a lucky one. She really dominated the race. And when I saw her on the start list, I go, a lot of people will be going, we know you now, so it won't be quite so easy. But she was really impressive at the Club Road Nationals.
That's right. I watched that. I was there, and she did finish that race off with a convincing sprint. So she is another person to watch. She also did gravel and tar at the start of this year, and yeah, I think from there she's definitely been someone to look out for.
So the race is wide open. A lot of skills, different abilities. We've got the sprinters like Olivia Ray. We've got the endurance riders, Charlotte Lucas that sprints well, rides well on the roads, always aggressive. We've got the track riders, Nicole Shields sitting in there, Nina Wollaston, who's usually riding the tandem. This race is wide open, and if you just joined us on Sky Sport, I'm Dale Woodford. With me is Elise Fraser giving us expert comments, and of course she'll be happy at the moment because she's a part of the Velo Project cycling team, and it's one of her teammates on the front.
Yeah, that's Henrietta Christie. So she's the under-19 national time trial champion. So, she's doing what she does best, getting off the front. She'll get into her rhythm and try and TT away.
So Henrietta Christie on the bright yellow and black bike, has a look over her shoulders, got the gap, got the motorbike in front of her to do some pacing, and she's opened up a fairly decent gap at the moment as the peloton just looked to Charlotte Lucas, and when it's bunched up compact like that, the pace has dropped right out of it, so this is a good move by her.
Yeah, really impressive. She won the under-19 Younker Tour as well that just recently, so she'll be, backing up from form from there, so it's good on her, giving it a go.
Yeah, she's a great rider, so had good performance, like you say. Not only did she win the time trial at the National Championships, but was second in the road race. So, she's not just a time trial, she can sit in the bunch, but good to see early aggression from her. And, a really good move, really positive move, because this early in the race, when the other riders haven't responded, you can open up a gap quite quickly. But there we go, we see in the long shot coming through, the peloton as it last reacted. That's
right, yeah. And good for her teammates as well. It means that the other Velo Project girls can sit in the bunch, and means that the other girls need to chase. It looks like, is that Katie Richards on the front doing the chasing now?
It is indeed. The colours of Capity on the front. Just sitting there, and she doesn't mind doing the work. And she said she rode at the gravel and tar, and that is one brutal bike race, of course, coming up after the New Zealand Cycle Classic organised by Steve Stannard. And if you're up for it, of course, they have the fun ride for people like me that can go and do it, although it's far too hard.
Yeah, I don't know why they call it a fun ride. But definitely one to tick off the bucket list.
Oh, I think you've got to do it, and if I'm available and around and have the time, I'll definitely, it's something you've got to do. As we see the Velo Project rider out in front, and going well at the moment as well, as the group is still not an Indian file. It's still compact and sort of 4 or 5 seconds out front, so the rest of the team, as Elise said, can relax in the bunch and put the pressure on some of the other riders.
Yeah, Henry's looking really smooth out in front there. She's really got into a rhythm, and we see her looking back a few times. So obviously when the bunch gets too close, she'll want to gauge her effort and pull back a little bit, but at the moment she's kicking on and doing a really good job.
So it's a long way to go in the race. It's 30 minutes plus 2 laps. The elite women's race, actually, I better just check, it might be a little bit longer than that. It's 35 minutes. It's a 35-minute race. Sorry about that. 35 minutes. So it's a long way around this course. You get a lot of Ks in. Because the 1 kilometre circuit, if you've just joined us on Sky Sport Next, this is the Vantage Windows and Doors Criterium National Championships. We're up to the elite women's race. We've had some fantastic races to date, some really worthy champions. I tell you, the racing's been absolutely fantastic. The riders are loving the circuit here in Christchurch. They're loving the conditions. A big crowd out cheering them on. The wind's got up and it's cooled down if you're out of the sun, but the temperature, if you're in that sun, is still in the high 20s.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Hot day, fast racing, aggressive racing. It's really great.
So Henrietta Christie, and a response coming from the bunch. And they're slowly but surely trying to bring her back. And back together. So who's going to be the next rider to launch an attack Totally different type of circuit to the Takapuna circuit where we had the big downhill straight and around down onto the beach and the little climb up and then, you know, sort of the hot dog turn. This is a totally different criterium, but similar skill sets required.
Yeah, it's a lot less technical than what it is in Takapuna, but definitely coming into the corner that they're going into now, you have to be pretty sharp.
Yeah, it reminds me of the corner that, you know, if anyone's been to watch in Takapuna, they come out from the beach and they turn that hard right into Hurstmere Road. This sort of corner is going the other way, but it's as tight and as tricky. And if you get it wrong there, it can go bad. Those barriers, they don't give way.
That's right, and we see a few girls just going out the back there, just can't corner probably as well as some of the other girls, so learning experience for them as well.
So as the pace eases off, there's a chance for a couple to get back into the group and recover. So at the moment, it's tactical, and they're looking around. Maddie Douglas goes through. Now, Maddie doesn't mind the pace being like this as well because she's also got a fairly handy sprint finish on her, and she will fancy her chances of getting a medal in this race. I know that for sure. She's a real sort of racer, but she rides smart. She doesn't use any more energy than she needs to. We watch them around the course. Ellie Wollaston, of course, they all know how good she is. Then we have Charlotte Lucas, easy to pick out in the bright green helmet. Henrietta Christie on the bright yellowish bike. Nina Wollaston's in the Waikato skin suit. You can just see her sitting on the back, number 17. It's the white with the yellow and red black stripes. Also very capable on her own, even though she's been piloting the tandem with Emma Foy. She is a really capable individual road rider and track rider herself. It'll be interesting to see what sort of form she's brought to the National Criterium Championships. She's made the trip down here, so she wouldn't have done that without sort of thinking she's got a chance. Some of the young riders stepping up again into this event. The Elite will be their first Elite race for the 2021 season. And it can be a bit of a pace adjustment. Ellie Wollaston took it in a stride. They come past us, and it's still fairly relaxed in the bunch, at least. A lot of the riders just looking super comfortable and under no pressure at all.
That's right, there's still a few riders in there just hiding, taking shelter from the other riders. I think we've got a lot more action to come.
So not quite the action we saw in the under-19 women's race. It was aggressive almost right from the start. It was a smaller field, but every time it eased off, there was a counter-attack. This is totally different. Why do you think that is?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure, Dal. I guess there'll be a mix of abilities and a mix of riders in here. Some of the girls will be hoping it's a sprint finish and they can blast the finish, and the other girls will be looking to get away and go for that longer range attack. As we see someone going off the front now, that looks like Georgia Danford.
Georgia Danford, yep, going off the front using the aero helmet, the laser aero helmet. Maybe is that the advantage she was looking for?
Yeah, possibly.
Planning to go off the front, maybe a planned move.
Oh, actually, it could be wrong. It might be Maddie Douglas.
That we'll see when they get a little bit into view, but it's one of the Velo Project riders trying to sneak away off the front. It definitely looks like, well, I thought Maddie Douglas as she come around the corner. And the head on the side like that, it's Maddie Douglas. So being the aggressor, but of course, it's hard. It's easy to get that little gap. It's easy to get that 3-4 bike lengths, 5 seconds, but holding it is the hard thing, isn't it? So Maddie Douglas, just off the front in the tailwind, but she'll swing into the headwind. They'll pick her up as they come past the start-finish.
Yeah, we've seen Olivia Ray in the white and also Nicole Shields in that pink doing a lot of work to bring back any of these attacks. So both of them are looking to do really, really well in this race.
Well, and a little bit of an alliance, with your competitor here, isn't it? They've both got very good sprint finishes on them. They both really fancy their chances, but you can't let a rider just ride away from you and let them take the lead or, get 15 seconds up the road, because then there's a lot more effort to bring it back.
That's right. And when you're in a situation where you have no teammates, you may as well find someone else to work together.
So another move coming, but of course none of the attacks are really full throttle, full gas at the moment. They're all sort of like just tentative attacks, aren't they? They're just sort of going, well, just test the waters a little bit. No one's going, right, this is it. I'm opening the throttle. I'm going to, burn half the pack of matches I've got in my pocket and light it up.
That's right. And from a field like this, I would have expected to see somebody really give it some gas now. So hopefully that comes very soon.
Well, the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships. And of course, this is a jersey, particularly if you get the opportunity to race in the States, that you really want, because you can wear it every week. There's Criterium races every week, and it's a great jersey to have. And I guess Charlotte Lucas, that's why she'll want it so badly.
Absolutely. America, known for its crit racing, and to wear that Nationals jersey overseas is, the goal for any rider. A very proud moment to be able to represent your country overseas like that.
So they come through the start-finish, 35 minutes of racing plus 2 laps. This is the Elite Women's Road Race. The Criterium, we've got the Elite Men to come, and they're starting to arrive and starting to warm up. I saw the Black Spoke boys earlier today. They were out for a training ride and enjoying the sun, and they stopped at, I think it's called C1 Coffee, down there, and we had a yarn, had a coffee, and they're really looking forward to the event. They're so hyped up for it, and they got some tough competition. That's going to be a great race as well. We will have Aaron Gate, Corbin Strong, Campbell Stewart, of course, amongst them. 3 World Omnium and points race titles, or more than that, but Campbell's got a handful of them, all fighting for the finish, and a massive field of other riders that want to challenge them and take it off them. So we'll get through this, then we'll get into the Elite Men's. A lot of racing to come in this race. These ladies are just warming up, aren't they? They haven't really committed fully. They're going half testing the field. They're attacking and not going, what are they going, 75, 80% when they attack?
Yeah, I'd expect they're doing something like that. It looks like we've got Velo Project's Henrietta Christie just sitting on the front, just setting a high pace. And that might be so it deters anyone else from attacking.
So the tactics, cycling, if you've just never seen it before and you're here watching, or you're watching on the Sky Sport Next, is the best place to see it, because you get to see the whole course, not just them come past you. It's like a big chessboard that rolls around, and the tactics that are involved, some people find really strange. Why do I do all that work on the front for somebody and they come past me and, they win the race? But that's team cycling sometimes.
Yeah, and for a lot of girls, team riding is, the pinnacle of their career, and to make such a good team culture that the win for your teammate is actually a win for everybody is really important, and it's something that we've tried really hard to do in Velo Project.
Joanne Kizanowski, go Olivia Ray. Hey Joe, nice to have you on board watching with us. Of course, one of the real legends of New Zealand cycling. Hope you're well.
Absolutely disappointing to lose Jo to America. She's the DS4 rally cycling, I think. But doing some great work over there.
So Olivia Ray, she was my pick as well. If anyone's going to take it off Ali Williston, I thought Olivia Ray. So I'm on the same page as Jo. But of course, there's a long way to go in this race. Charlotte Lucas has got other ideas. Katie Richards, prominent again on the front. So she's got a lot of confidence after winning the National Road Race title, the Club Road Race title in Waipukurau. And she's got plenty of fans up there in the Kapiti Cycling Club on the Kapiti Coast.
Absolutely, a very strong rider, so it'll be interesting to see what she can do here.
So the wind has got up a little bit now. Do you think it's going to change the way the race goes now that the breeze is a little bit stronger than when we started earlier in the day?
Yeah, for those girls looking to sprint, I think they'll be looking to be protected. Try and hide a little bit from the wind, especially into the headwind. Try and do a little bit less work. And that might be where you see some teammates doing some more work on the front for them.
So that's Nicole Shields just starting to pick the pace up a little bit, goes to the front now. She has got some horsepower and is in great form. So Nicole Shields just been hiding in the bunch, just following the moves, going with her. is Henrietta Christie.
Yeah, Henrietta Christie doing a lot of work at the start of this race, so it's good to see her shutting that down. It looks like her and Nicole might be going clear of this race.
Yeah, first dangerous little move, and Charlotte Lucas saw the danger straight away and's gone to the front of the peloton to try and bring it back. Nicole Shields, and there's Charlotte Lucas. She's going to counter straight over the top of them. Look at her go, Charlotte Lucas. Nicole Shields responded straight away. Just used that speed she's got straight onto the back wheel. Charlotte Lucas.
Charlotte's very good technically as well. She's done a lot of crit racing in America, and that's how she got picked up by Tibco. So, yeah, she's definitely dangerous on this course.
Yeah, she went around that corner like it wasn't there. Just, probably one of the smoothest we've seen around the corner all day.
Yeah, technically very good.
So they look over their shoulder. Shields, as they look around. I'm not going to go again. Ellie Wollaston's just being a little bit quiet at the moment. Just sitting in the bunch. There she goes around in fourth wheel following Charlotte Lucas, the defending champion, Ellie Wollaston. There's no rain down here. It's a beautiful hot day in Christchurch. Big crowd out enjoying the racing, the elite women's race. Here we go. We've got, there's the time remaining. We're counting it down. This is a 35-minute race plus 2 laps. So we're inside the last 20. So Henrietta Christie on the outside. Maddie Douglas, number 4, as we look at them go through. Stella Nightingale. She was 8th in the Under-23 Time Trial National Championships at elite levels, so a really good, strong rider, just sitting patiently, maybe thinking about launching an attack. There you go, just adjusted the time. We're down to halfway through the race almost.
Yeah, it's really good to see a nice field of riders here for a lot of these girls. They had planned to go overseas this year, and those plans got thrown out the window, so it's good to see them in form and coming back racing hard.
So there's the group going through. And at the moment, they're still not strung out. It's not full gas. They're waiting. It's a long way to go in the race. It's coming inside to the last 15 minutes of racing.
Yeah, I think the race has probably been a little bit harder than what it looks like, because we've definitely lost quite a few riders out of this bunch as well.
They haven't. It's really easy sitting in here and they're going, oh, it's bunched up. But this is a really high caliber field, and that's what you're going to expect. Someone attacks, it goes, from sort of 40 to 50 kilometres an hour. It gets strung out. Group, gets Grupo Compacto back together again, and all of a sudden, someone hits, and we're doing 45, 46 again. So this pace is never that slow. It's always on.
That's right, and bunch positioning, very important in crit racing. If you're at the back and you get caught out around a corner or someone goes off the front, you have a lot of work to do.
Olivia Ray getting plenty of support coming in, plenty of comments for her. Greg Henderson, it's a tailwind sprint. You're dead right. It's a tailwind sprint. Headwind down the back, it's fast. The riders have been coming out of that bottom corner, and they've got a couple of bike, or even a bike length. They've been really hard to come past, haven't they? And of course, Greg Henderson, one of New Zealand's premier road sprinters, and great cycling career. Watching, and he'd have a plan. He's someone you wouldn't want in this race today, because he'd just go from the corner and you wouldn't see him.
That's right. Greg's gone on to coaching as well, so it'll be interesting to see if any of his riders are here and what his tactics were for them.
Well, he's in quarantine at the moment. He's probably joined a red wine at the Waipuna Hotel, because he's just come back from being with the Israel cycling team over there at the Giro d'Italia.
How good is it that there's live streaming at this event?
So the motorbike, the cameraman on the motorbike, looking at them as they come past us. Bree Roderick from Methven, 18 years of age, based in Cambridge, is a member of the Tri-NZ High Performance Squad. And, really see her working out at the pool there at St. Peter's with the Tri team, and they've been working really hard. They've been out doing running time trials, which looks really hard on the road. I saw Sophie Coolbridge out running the other day, going flat out.
Yeah, Bria was a a junior world champ, I believe, in the teams event for triathlon. So it's really good to see her here and giving a go on the bike.
Yeah, it's good to see. Well, we've had a number of riders come in, from the mountain biking, the BMX, triathlon. It's all, at the end of the day, it's all just sitting on the seat, turning the pedals, isn't it,
Yeah, sounds easy.
Must be much easier than swimming and running.
Yeah, Brea might not have the tactical nous that the other girls have here, but she's giving it a really good go. She's not afraid to try and get away, and she's being aggressive in the race. It's really impressive.
No, it is, and I tell you, Ryan Sisson's a pretty good bike rider as well. He rode the New Zealand Cycle Classic a number of years ago, and I've sort of been hoping that he might, if his triathlon program changed a little bit, we could see him do a lot more races because he goes well uphill and he's strong and fast. So, with the way the world is at the moment, we might see a lot more of the triathlon riders or athletes crossing over into some cycling, and it'll be great to see. That'd be a welcome addition to the sport.
Well, with Elite Road Nationals back in Cambridge next year, on a very hilly course, it might suit some of these triathletes.
Here we go. They're starting to mix it up now. Velo Project go well. It's time to think about it. Let's make a move.
It's Maddie Douglas giving it a good go, but as we said before, Nicole Shields in the pink DNA kit, she's right on the wheel.
Yeah, Nicole Shields, she's come down here on a bit of a mission, I feel, today. She's up, wants the jersey. Maddie Douglas, this is a good move. Maddie gave it a little bit of a test before. Now this one, we talked about it going to 75% before. Maybe, I think this is more into the 90s. Oh, look who's come across. Very good performance. Katie Richards comes across. No problem at all. Closes it down.
Nicole Shields sitting on the front doing a lot of work there. She's just come out of a big track block, and she'll be looking to do really well next weekend in Waikato at the Omnium and Madison Championships. So good hit out for her.
Yeah, just a message through from Greg. He was a little bit concerned the camera motorbike getting a little bit close and maybe influencing the race. He's on his edge of his seat. But they're genuinely sitting fairly well in front. So you'll be able to relax. I tell you what, if he was in it, he'd be right on it. He'd be chasing it hard. Doing a great job. Charlotte Lucas goes through. There we go. Charlotte Lucas. Nicole Shields looking very good in the pink. Maddie Douglas. Ellie Wollaston. The field. The pressure's been on. Another little group of riders starting to struggle, just starting to feel the pace. Alicia Evans, third in the age group nationals, just starting to feel it. Crit racing's a little bit different. All that explosiveness going in and out of the corners, it takes its toll on the legs.
It looks like it's all come back together and everyone's just taking a breather.
Time to relax before coming into the last 9 minutes of racing, and good time to launch an attack. We've seen that in the earlier races, and look who's going.
Katie Richards.
Katie Richards, she is strong. I tell you, she can ride in Masters 3. The National Club Road Race champion, not frightened to take on the elite riders here in the Vantage National Criterium Championships. And I tell you, she is strong. Capity will be going crazy. They'll be going mad up there, seeing a breakaway.
And that's right, such a good time to go when there's a bit of lull in the bunch. Everyone sort of takes a breath, but no, she took her opportunity. Really good.
She did take her opportunity. Just had a question, is there a sprint preem? Well, we did have one, in one of the other races, it looked like a sprint preem, but the racing's been so aggressive, it's been really hard to tell. Every time they've come past us down the finish line, they've been going absolutely full gas. But I think there's probably one preem. So Katie Richards
away with Olivia Ray now.
Well, that's dangerous. Olivia Ray, she will work. Then the rest of the other riders are going to have to respond. Velo Project now, they're under a little bit of pressure. They're going to have to respond to this. The national champion, Ellie Wollaston, she's been sitting patiently. There she goes. She's made the move right on cue. Thank you very much, Ellie. Closes the gap down. Charlotte Lucas tracking her all the way. So Richards Olivia Ray, Ellie Wollaston, Georgia Danford. Georgia's looking dangerous as well, pretty comfortable in there. We haven't had to mention her too much, so she's just been hidden in the bunch, saving herself.
That's right, Georgia's very fast sprinter, so... Oh, it looks like we just saw Alicia Evans run over a cone there. Managed to hold it up, that was good. So everyone's looking at each other, looking to where the next attack's going to come from.
It's going to come somewhere, isn't it? You know, inside last 7 minutes of racing, so they're going to get about another four or five laps in, depending on the pace. Coming up next on Sky Sport Next is the Elite Men's National Criterium Championships, massive field. Olivia Ray just has a little bit of a look across. Ellie Wollaston, Charlotte Lucas, so I guess we call them the sprinters. They're all pretty quick. Nicole Shields just starting to hide a little bit back in the bunch, saving herself, probably thinking about launching an attack. She would be very dangerous with 1.5 to go. If she launched off the front, you wouldn't want to give her too much room, wouldn't want to give her any rope.
That's right, the win belongs to anyone here right now. Still a lot of racing to come in these last 6 minutes.
So here's a question for you, Elise. Tell us about the invisible TT bars. So when we see Katie Richards going through to the front, she's got the elbows on the...
Yeah, that means Katie's found her rhythm a little bit, and she sat down on her elbows, and she's just trying to get as aero as possible, just trying to hide from the wind and go as fast as she can.
Yeah, she's really comfortable. You've got some fairly good flexibility to do that. I know I struggle to reach the tops of the bars, let alone put my elbows on the tops.
That's right, and it's always a bit difficult when you don't have the bars there. There's, you can hit a bump and arms can go flying. So no, she's looking really good there, looking really comfortable.
She is, and she's down on the drops now. Hands where they're meant to be, and that's because she's tucked up in the pack. So is she going to launch an attack? The pace is going to start to pick up now. They were into the last 5 minutes of racing. Velo Project getting a little bit organised, thinking about the win. They'll be wishing you out there, Elise, sort of telling them what to do, being the road captain.
Yeah, it's a shame I can't be racing this year, but hopefully I'll be back for next year.
So Henrietta Christie moves off to the front, picks the pace up. Olivia Ray covering her. Olivia Ray has been looking very good. Ellie Wollaston has been very, very patient. She's naturally aggressive, loves to go on the attack. She is being very, very patient. Henrietta Christie dives through the corner. Olivia Ray onto the back wheel.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a lot of these pure sprinters, I guess. They haven't really hit out hard. They've been, they must be backing themselves for the sprint, so it'd be interesting to see what happens.
Yep. No, now it isn't. It's the tactical stage of the bike race. Under 4 minutes of racing. They'll probably get in a couple of laps. They'll come through. We'll have a look out the window here from the Car Fitness Centre. We should be able to see the 2 to go board. They may get 3 to go, but I think they will be pretty close to getting 2 to go. And everybody's now starting to think about the finish. You can sense that in the race. You can sense there's a little bit of pressure. They're all thinking about what's next, and no one's made the move just yet.
It looks like Henrietta's just driving the pace a little bit, keeping it high, making sure people just have to chase her just a wee bit.
I think Charlotte Lucas has been looking really comfortable this year. Last year she raced really well in this, but always looked to be chasing the race. Today she sort of, made it look easy in the race, if that makes sense. He just seems to be in control at the moment, so is really looking really relaxed, sitting there on the tops of the bars and covering things. What do you think?
Yeah, she's looking really good, and she'll have a lot of confidence coming back from Europe. She's a very smart bike racer as well, so be really interesting to see what she can do coming into the finish.
So coming in, Katie Richards, look at it, back to the front. Every time it slows down a little bit, she'll go to the front. Couple of minutes to go in the race. They'll come past us. Are they going to get the bell? I don't know if you can see the lap board coming up. Lisa's bending the neck to have a look out the window. Olivia Ray sitting there, second wheel.
I think they're going to come round and get 2 laps to go next time under the start-finish banner. So they'll definitely be thinking now what they can do and what they can set up and where they need to be in the bunch.
So Henrietta Christie getting up there. Alicia Evans. So she's moved up. Alicia Evans, she's been well hidden, well tucked up in the bunch. Let's have who's going to make the move. The pressure's 2 to go, so it's a good time to think about launching an attack. So Henrietta Christie looks like Velo Project have said, well, you've got to start keeping the pace high, keep the tempo up. We don't want anyone going away, but she sneaks off a couple of lengths off the front. Katie Richards, as she's done, trying to shut it down. They come through. The lap board comes up, 2 to go. Ellie Wollaston, third wheel. Nicole Shields looking very comfortable also. Charlotte Lucas just sitting back mid-pack. Wow, what's going to happen now? We've only got 2 laps to go inside the last 2 laps, and we'll know who the Vantage National Criterium champion's going to be for the 2021 season.
Yeah, they're all in one line, so the pace is obviously pretty hot out there.
Does Henrietta Christie setting it up, leading out, doing the big lead out for Ellie Wollaston, do you think?
Yeah, I'd say that's exactly what she's thinking of doing. So really good to have a teammate on the front. Just allows you to, sit back, enjoy the ride a little bit, and just try and find your own position where you want to be.
Katie Richards. Perfect. Oh, sorry to talk over you there. Katie Richards, though, looking really good. Just sits there. She's just riding so strong. But we saw a good sprint at the Club Road Nationals, but this is a little bit of a different level. We've got Ellie Wollaston in here, Nicole Shields, Charlotte Lucas. Maddie Douglas is also pretty quick.
That's right, Katie Richards very strong, but it'll be interesting to see if she's got the same kind of a kick as what we know that Ellie Wollaston, Olivia Ray and Charlotte Lucas have.
Well, the old saying, if you're in doubt and you're not sure, you lead it out.
Yeah, if in doubt, lead it out.
So we'll see who maybe takes that advice on board as they come through to get the bell.
Henrietta still on the front.
It hasn't changed. Henrietta Christie, Katie Richards, Ellie Wollaston, 1 on the board. Henrietta Christie, she's keeping the pace nice and high. Katie Richards following her, but that is off the wheel, so it's not sitting in the slipstream.
Henrietta's driving this pace really well. She's going hard, not giving in.
So where's Olivia Ray? There she goes on the wheel of Charlotte Lucas. Charlotte Lucas follows
Ellie
Wollaston. So the defending champions had the dream run. Oh, there's the dangerous move coming down the right-hand side. Nicole Shields. Nicole Shields has put in the big move.
Oh, yeah, timed that perfectly.
Well, they were all looking. They looked to one side. Nicole Shields has gone, but they've responded quickly. So Nicole Shields.
Katie Richards again, shutting it down.
Katie Richards is riding so strong. Nicole Shields. So Katie Richards goes over the top. Goes, well, let's keep this going. So Katie Richards, the Club National Road Champion from Paraparaumu, riding in the Kapiti colours. Round the corners, committed. She's going for it. So Katie Richards, look at her go. She's opened it out. Now there's got to be a lot of work coming from the back. Katie Richards out in front, coming down towards us, towards the finish line. Katie Richards, but they're coming after her. Olivia Ray's getting up on the outside. Olivia Ray, Katie Richards, Olivia Ray, Ellie Wollaston, Katie Richards.
Wow, what a finish.
Well, Joe Kizanowski, Katie Richards, you can't fault the way she raced, gave it absolutely everything, but Olivia Ray down the outside had it under control and is absolutely stoked with the win. So will Joanne Kizanowski. She'll be absolutely delighted as well. Ellie Wollaston, the defending champion, gets up there. And Katie Richards, another very impressive performance by her.
Yeah, really good performance from Olivia Ray. It'll be great to see her in America next year wearing that jersey. And I've heard that there's a bit of a big signing for her in the win, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when that comes out.
We're at the hot pools.
Hi, Nana. Hi, Papa.
Bucket list. This is so much fun. Christchurch, love you.
Just the beginning.
That was a really exciting women's race, a really good last 2 laps there. Very exciting. As we see the elite men just lining up for their race. See them all rolling in. Got quite a big, exciting field. A lot of these guys have just come off Tour of Southland, so possibly some tired legs, but they're definitely all in good form.
Yeah, after Southland, they'll be looking to really sort of hit their straps and build on that form that they've either already got or got through Southland. And the field is very strong here today, so we'll look for some hard racing, and I think that they'll really try and push the pace.
Be exciting to see how defending champ Lawrence Pithy goes here. He's going to Europe next year with FDJ. We're just going to switch to Dal. He's going to talk to our women's winner, Olivia Ray.
Olivia Ray, well, there was a lot of support for you on Sky Sport Next. Even Joe Kiesanowski was sending a message saying, "Go, Ray." How delighted are you?
I'm stoked. Been wanting to do this, win this for so long, and been in the States for a couple of years doing just crits, so it was cool to show that what I learned can do it here. So, yeah, it's amazing. Can't believe I'm going to cry, actually. As soon as I crossed, I was like tearing up.
Take us through the last, 800 metres of this.
800 metres, well, on turn 3 there was a crash just on my outside, so it was good to miss that. Coming fourth into turn 4, and then just in that last couple of metres pipped second place, and so it was just, I don't know, it's out of body experience kind of thing, yeah.
You look like you had the race under control. Most of it, you put in a few little attacks and covered everything. You're confident in your sprint?
Oh yeah, that's my thing. If I've got anything, as a sprint. So trying to take the whole thing pretty easy, relaxed. Don't blow too many matches, but yeah.
Well done. Congratulations. Fantastic performance. And I look forward to seeing you in the jersey.
Yeah, me too. Thank you. Oh gosh.
It's a great interview there from Olivia Ray. It's so nice to see her elated about that win. It was very impressive.
Yeah, very close fought there, and it's great to see her come over the line and be so enthusiastic about it. No doubt there'll be some pretty big things to come for her.
Absolutely. So we're just waiting for the men. So they start at 5:35, and they're just getting their last-minute briefing from the commissaires.
On the start line there, you can see just about a who's who of New Zealand cycling with Campbell Stewart there in the orange and blue. There's Ollie Jones in the pink and blue, who recently rode very well in the Tour of Southland. Down the far end's Lawrence Pithy, a dual junior world champion.
Yeah, we see the Black Spoke cycling team on the front there, and they had a really good race down at Tour of Southland, and they'll be looking to claim this race as well.
Yeah, they really took the race to everyone at Southland, and Aaron Gate and this boys really delivered, so it was really hard work paid off by the whole team, actually.
Yeah, good to see a good lot of track riders here. They'll all be gearing up for the National Madison and Omnium Champs next week, and there's a lot of rainbow jersey holders in this race, previously in the Omnium, so it'll be great to see what they can do here.
Yeah, and the Omnium tends to cross over quite nicely into races like this. So you've got multiple world champions in the Omnium, whether it be at junior or elite level here. So no doubt they'll be sort of fighting out for a win.
Yeah, Criteriums lead themselves to being won by also very good points races. So that stop-start nature of the race will be interesting to see what happens. See Campbell Pithy there on the start line drinking some black liquid. Quite interesting.
I would say that's Coke.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, it tends to give them a little bit of a boost before the start. So
yeah, good sugar and caffeine hit.
Yeah, a little bit more energy or less. So it was good. And then we see there Campbell Stewart, who's a multiple world champion. So yeah, be really looking to sort of show his speed here.
So the next race is 45 minutes. Everyone's looking cool, calm and collected. Yeah, we're a couple of minutes away from starting.
Pan over there, we see Hugo Jones on the far right, who's a elite men's pursuit medalist. Lawrence Pithy next to him. So yeah, it's a little bit of a who's who of New Zealand cycling here, especially in the elite age group. There's Ben Oliver, the top world mountain biker, acquitted himself very well at the Tour of Southland recently, so he'll be looking to build on that really nicely.
Yeah, as we've said all day today, it's so good to see these people from other sports and other cycling disciplines cross over and come out and try this crit.
Yeah, and they're trying it with a hell of a lot of success here as well. So it's really good to see them not just cross over but deliver as well.
So here we see the provisional results from the A-grade women. So Olivia Ray taking it out quite convincingly. Second place is Ali Wollaston, and third Katie Richards, who hit it out hard from the corner and unfortunately wasn't able to hang on for first but managed to get out there for third.
Rounded out by Nicole Shields, a track, one of the elite women's endurance track members, and then young triathlete Bria Roderick, who is from Methven.
Yeah, their fastest lap was minute 24, so around about the same time as what the under 19 men were doing.
And that's moving. Here's the start list for today. So number 21 and last year's defending champ, Lawrence Pithy, from last year's second place getter, Ethan Batt, 22. Max Beckett, Andrew Bidwell, Hewitt Bower, Boston Bright, Navarre Brotherston, Liam Capel, Aaron Gate, Miles Gibson, Teo Gilbertson, Jordan Gilmore, Brett Grieve, Ben Hamilton, Maddie Hartley-Brown, Keegan Hornblow, Hugo Jones, Ollie Jones, Josh Kench and Nick Kugazu. Flying over, sorry James, I'm not going to get your last name right, Jake Marriott, Dylan McCulloch, Luke Mudgeway, Bailey O'Donnell, Ben Oliver, James Oram, Campbell Pithy, Sam Ritchie, Ari Scott there, Josh Scott, Connor Shearing, Campbell Stewart, Corbin Strong, Kean Watts, Xander White and Daniel Whitehouse. Interestingly enough, in that field, there are multiple world champions. So it's going to be very, very good to see these guys getting stuck in, fighting basically for the title here.
Yeah, we've seen some aggressive racing all day, and no doubt these elite men are going to be very brutal. I think they're going to be hitting it out all day long.
Well, the big field assembled for the men's Criterium, the National Championships. Campbell Stewart in the orange, the base. Ethan Batt beside him. So plenty on the line in this race as well. Well, if it's anything like the races we've seen, it's going to be super exciting. This is the biggest field. And a lot of people want that national title. Olivia Ray, absolutely delighted to get it. So excited to have the national champion's jersey. She rode a great race. So the Black Spoke Pro Cycling Academy, they had a fantastic ride down the Tour of Southland. Of course, on their roster are a number of riders that could win this race, not just Aaron Gate. You've got Luke Mudgway, he'll be in there. Kiam Watts, of course, a rider that won a junior world title with Lawrence Pithy in the Madison. Lawrence Pithy, the defending champion, who rode outstanding last year, stepping up to the elite to win this national title in front of his home crowd after a fantastic track year with a couple of junior world titles. But Andrew, I know you look after him. I think the field's a little bit stronger this year.
Yeah, I definitely think the field's a little bit deeper this year, with the likes of Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate, Corbin Strong. It's definitely going to be a challenge for Lawrence to deliver the result he did last year. No doubt about it. He's a confident rider and he feeds on confidence. So he'll definitely be backing himself to give it a crack and really go out there and give it a go.
So the riders will get their briefing from Mark Reynolds, who is the chief referee, chief commissaire. He's the man in the centre of the screen. To his left, or as we look at it, that's Olivia Smarn. She is the head judge in control of everything. And a huge thank you to the Christchurch City Council for allowing us to shut down the streets here. What a great way to spend a Sunday afternoon. What a great way to end Cup Week here in Christchurch. Big crowd out enjoying the sunshine. It's been a great day's racing. It's coming up 5:40. And we're about to get underway with the elite men. And this is going to be a 45-minute race plus 2 laps. And they will go through this at flat out. They will take them well under an hour. They will just charge around this 1 kilometre course at speeds of 50 to 60 kilometres an hour. And a lot of riders want to win this national title. Aaron Gate, I heard Elise and Andrew talking in the build-up, of course winning his second Tour of Southland, but an Olympic Games bronze medalist back in London in 2012, a World Omnium champion as well. And, he's a guy, I think, he raced with the, Evo over in Europe and Aqua Blue, and some of his performances there, Andrew, you're in the bike business, but I don't know if he had decent equipment, I think he would have gone on and won some really big races, because at times when they had the single chainring bikes and some of the gear that really wasn't up to the level of racing that they were committed to, I think was really costly for Aaron Gate.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely created a lot of controversy across the whole sort of cycling community when Aqua Blue went one by, and it did definitely hamper a lot of results that team could have got and Aaron could have got. And he's obviously continued to step up and continued to build as an athlete. So it's great. Well, it was great to see him take out the Tour of Southland. He rode phenomenally well last week and really delivered. So we're just waiting for them to get underway, finishing with the race briefing for the riders. And really sort of, you can see a little bit of nervousness going on with some of the boys, especially through the back. I've watched a couple of them ride past our commentary position, doing laps to try and keep warm and things like that. So they're definitely sort of ready and raring to go.
Yeah, a lot of riders... they're ready to go, all right. They've been out riding today. They've enjoyed the beautiful roads around here. I know someone went for a little stroll around the Port Hills today. Well, for me, that's a bit more than a stroll. But these boys eat it up. They just do it as a casual ride and then cruise in for a coffee. So Skoda Fusio, once again, with some riders stepping up into the elite level. They'll be pretty happy with the way the under-19 men's race went for them. For you, Andrew, Velo Project, got close, got the silver. The defending champion, but not quite this year.
Yeah, so close, but not quite. It's just the way it goes, isn't it? So, the team had a really nice ride and they rode well, and it just wasn't quite there on the day. Ellie had a great sprint, just Yeah, we just didn't get there. And some really good rides from those girls in particular. Maddie Douglas, Henrietta Christie was superb. You're looking at Georgia Danford, who's incredibly fast. She was in the right place a lot of the time, and then Ali sprinted really well. It's just, it wasn't quite good enough on the day, and it's just cycling, isn't it?
Yeah, that's sport, isn't it? Geez, Olivia Ray came here on a mission. A lot of support for her coming through on our live stream on Sky Sport Next, and she was really delighted with that. And she's so stoked. She, as she said during the interview, she was almost in tears as she crossed the line. And as we were talking to her, she thought she was going to burst into tears. The title means so much. There's Nick Kurzagu there in the Copelands, another man who's been a part of the New Zealand Endurance Track program for a long time. And he'll be probably sitting there a little bit anxious. The Olympic team's named during the week, I think Wednesday. And we'll see who's in, who's out, as we hope the Olympics will happen in some form. The 2020 Olympics will be in 2021, but gee, it'd be great to finally kick them off, won't it? Or get them off the list. And for the athletes, it must be such a hard time right now for all the athletes trying to prepare for competition that's not quite happening.
Yeah, I mean, how do you prepare for events that you don't know whether they're happening or not? And as an athlete, it's really hard to, get up every day, motivate yourself, train hard when you don't know what's actually happening around the corner. So it's pretty phenomenal seeing some of the form that these guys are in, and girls. At the moment, they're obviously motivated and they're keeping focused, which is really good to see.
So the field rolls away. They get the green. We'll see how they go out of the blocks. If there's no neutral lap by the looks, they're straight into the racing. So it looks like they're straight into it. So Mark Reynolds has said we're going off the line. So 45 minutes of racing in front of us, and as you'd expect from the go, Andrew, someone attacks.
Yeah, Campbell Pithy's just hit out straight away, so obviously keen to get a little bit of an advantage, and it looks like Ethan Batt's going across to him.
Well, Batman, he's pretty dangerous, Ethan Batt. He does a lot of work for the team. He did a lot of work in Aaron Gates' win at Tour of Southland, and he's a strong man. He time trials really well. Of course, I think from memory, great, really solid performance from Ethan when he won the white jersey competition in the New Zealand Cycle Classic. Really well performed rider, and of course a rider that again, and I guess it's unfortunate for him in a team situation, he sacrificed so often for other people's causes.
Yeah, and that's hard in a team situation, especially when you're so close but not quite there as a leader at the moment. Not saying that won't happen to Ethan, because he's definitely got the ability to do it. But if he just keeps plugging away, he's going to get there. Well,
second in the Under-23 National Time Trial Championship, so he knows how to go hard on his own, and it's a good move from Black Spoke straight away.
Yeah, looks like Ethan's just left the other two and a wee bit isolated now. No doubt he'll probably just try and settle in a little bit rather than sort of blow himself up early on.
So the who's who of New Zealand cycling right now, if we look at the track program, the riders are on the list. We look at the road riders in form. Some of them are in form on both. Someone we haven't mentioned is Corbin Strong. Stage winner in the Tour of Southland, right up there on the GC. Only lost it in the time trial. He went well up the Remarkables. He won up Bluff, and he won into he won another stage as well. I think into Tiana. It wasn't to Tiana. A brilliant performance there. So we know he's sprinting well. We know Campbell Stewart sprinting well. He had a stage win. Aaron Gate won the last stage, having to win it, but he's sprinting well. So a lot of guys here with great form coming out of the Tour of Southland.
Oh yeah, there's some phenomenal form coming out of Southland, and at the moment, there's probably, looking at the field here, there's probably 4 guys I put on a pretty close level, which is obviously Corbin Strong, Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate, and I throw Lawrence Pithy in there as well after Harry finished South.
Yeah, well, he got third on that last stage, so he sprinted well and got himself up the general classification. But at the moment, the man out front, Ethan Batt, Black Spoke Racing's put his head down into time trial mode, and this is going to hurt a lot of people's legs.
Yeah, it looks like the pace has just gone out of the bunch a little bit, so they're just letting him go. Looks like Skoda is scrambling a little bit behind, just trying to shut it down, with the numbers basically in the bunch being Black Spoke and Skoda. If they're not there, they're going to be in a bit of trouble.
So they're just talking about some comments coming through, the noticeable difference in speed when you step up to the elite men from the under 19 men and that. And I know the cameras are working a little bit harder, the motorbike's working a whole lot harder. What's the speed difference? What are they hitting right now?
I'd say the difference is probably about 2 or 3k an hour. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're trying to push it in the pedals, it's a hell of a lot.
Well, Ethan Bad, he's got his hands on the drops, he's got his head down, and this is a good man for the team to have out in front. It takes so much pressure off the other riders. It puts a lot of pressure on the other riders in the race to get onto the front and start thinking about how they're going to pull it back and when they're going to pull it back. So Ethan Bat, he's out front right now. Just having a quick look. Brent Grieve in there. Good to see Brent back racing as well. Of course, up there in the time trial from memory at the Club Nationals with a top 10 performance, sitting in the bunch. That's a bit of a speed difference from club racing to this, isn't it? These boys have just hit it full gas right out of the blocks.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot deeper field than obviously what you'd normally get at your normal club race. So straight away the pace is up, it's more aggressive, everyone's hunting for the win. Instead of maybe 3 or 4 guys that can take the victory out, now you're looking probably 15 that are capable of winning it.
And when they're spread across the road like that, you heard us talk about it before, that the pace is off a little bit because Ethan Bat's out in front, Andrew Bidwell going through and just trying to get things going. Skoda Fusio under a little bit of pressure now, and the great young team, but this is a big step up for them. If they think they're going to control the likes of Black Spoke Racing, and that when you let someone like Ethan Bat go, you want to control it. You want to keep the gap at around the 20-second mark maximum.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to give Ethan any more than 20 seconds, Dal. I think it would be very, very hard to close down, and also very foolish if you gave him more.
So when he comes past us, we might put the stopwatch on him and see what sort of gap he's got. Because Ethan Bat, he is going very, very well. He's absolutely flying. Good to see someone who does so much work for the team getting out front. And now that the role is reversed, it still might be a bit of a plan for the race that he's out there, just take the pressure off his teammates. But while he's out there, he's the man everyone's got to catch and got to pick up, and that's not always an easy thing to do. So he's going to come past us. We're going to put the clock on him. As he comes down, we can see the riders going around the corner behind him. So Ethan Bat looking very good, looking very comfortable. And a counter coming over the top. That's Corbin Strong, and the gap is 9 seconds. So 9 seconds was the gap. That time round to Corbin Strong going, well, I better react. I can't let him get too far up the road. And Corbin Strong, we see him race on the track, we see him race on the road. He doesn't mind going to the front, doing the work, bringing it back together, just like Olivia rated in the Elite Women's. If someone moved, just try and shut it down. So Corbin Strong's going, this is looking a bit dangerous. We've got 38 minutes of racing to go, but this is dangerous.
Yeah, if the gap gets too big, then it really gets out of control. Corbin's essentially freelancing in this, so he's by himself. So he'll really need to take advantage of the situation and make a controlled moves.
So Campbell Stewart just sitting there, easy to pick out in the base orange skin suit. Ethan Bat changes his position, gets down onto the drops, has a look over his shoulder, and the gap's getting a little bit wider. As I said, it was 9 seconds last time. We'll see if that is going out when he comes around past us. And we can't see the peloton in the long shot as they go through there. So Ethan Bat comes through. Has a look. We've started the watch. He's looking really comfortable. He's looking really relaxed. He's breathing hard, but he's riding at his own tempo. And there's Aaron Gate trying to go across, following Aaron Gate. Going with Aaron Gate, Josh Scott. So the gap is reduced a little bit. It was about 8 seconds, so they'd only picked up a second. So Aaron Gate trying to go across to his teammate. Now that would be extremely dangerous for the rest of the field if they got together. So Bat, he goes around the corner. He's going around the corner faster than the motorbike can go around the corner right now. So as he accelerates out, he can just chase the bike all the way.
So in that group behind, it looks like you've got Aaron Gate, maybe Corbin Strong there, and it looks like Bailey O'Donnell's latched onto the back as well.
Well, very dangerous move. Bailey O'Donnell in good form. I think he moved up rode well during the Tour of Southland, supporting his teammate Michael Ving, and got himself, I think, into the round 7th. I know he was in the top 10 on the general classification.
Yeah, Bailey rode very well in the support of Michael Vink, as did quite a few of the local Christchurch riders, which was really good to see.
So Ethan Batt out front, and of course a massive thanks to Hornsby Motorcycle Training for providing us with the motorbike today to give us this great coverage, doing a fantastic job. And any motorbike rider that hasn't been to a bike race before and pulls up, goes, these guys are crazy. They go around the corners faster than I can, and at least it's a flat, because when they get to the hill and they try and keep in front of them on a downhill, it's impossible. They just go so much quicker. As we see the riders go through, Ethan Batt are now being chased.
It's Bailey O'Donnell and Ben Oliver going across there.
So Ben Oliver, of course, part of the New Zealand Mountain Bike Elite Program. So well performed in the World Cup and World Championships. Fantastic to see Ben racing, and he has got a big motor and can really respond. He would have liked probably a hill or two in this as well, because he can go. Ben Oliver, great to see him crossing over, and he'll be a good man to have in the break. They don't get the big sprint finishes in mountain biking very often, but boy, those boys, Sam Gaze, Anton Cooper, Ben Oliver, they've got some real horsepower. And the pace is on. Look at them go. They are strung right out at the moment. Indian File, Nick Kuzagu sitting there in colours of Copeland's, just dangling on the back, hanging on for dear life. That's James Cranich. But the pace is on, and they're just about across to Ethan Batt. He has a little look now. He'll be wanting to see if there's any other blue jerseys, any blue of Black Spoke Racing. They got the boss down here, Scott Guyton. I saw him earlier today. And Scott, he'll be he's given the instructions himself, a top professional cyclist and sports director for the Black Spoke Cycling Academy. And they've got 2 in the break. So Gate and Batt. That's very dangerous now. So Ethan Batt, Aaron Gate. Oh, and they're trying to send another one across as well. They're trying to go across James Oram. So Oram himself says, I'm not a sprinter, but I tell you, when he's performed at home in Takapuna in the Criterium, he absolutely loves it, and he's looking forward to mixing it up today. It was a rider that's, was 6th in the World Time Trial Under 23 Championships. He's won King of the Mountains jerseys and races like the Tour of Career. He's been up there in the big races over in the United States and Europe. He goes uphill like better than I go down them, and he doesn't mind mixing it up in the Criterium. So if James Oram can get across, that's even more dangerous for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Black Spoke are really setting this up well, Dal. Put a man out the front, right across to him, and then just start chipping your team across.
So Black Spoke got 2, but, trying to be greedy and maybe get too many riders up there. Oram might have brought the rest of the peloton across with them, because, they're not going to just let them dominating right away, are they? So James Oram goes up to Gate and Batt, and there's the peloton. Everyone is just about together.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the damage that this fast start has really caused. So looks like a few of the boys are trying to suck some deep ones in now.
Well, the best way to... if you've warmed up well and you go hard at the start and you're at the back of the field when you line up, there's a long way to get to the front. Straight away, we see a move off the front. So as soon as it comes back together, there's an attack. And now I guess Black Spoke have to go on the defensive a little bit. So the pace is being kept. We've got 33 minutes of racing left. The first 10 minutes have just flown by, and these guys are motoring. They're absolutely flying around the course.
And that's Max Beckett off the front now.
So Max Beckett, local Christchurch rider, raced the junior for many years, and he's really enjoying being back racing at the elite level. And he's absolutely stoked that the event's here in Christchurch, in his hometown in the CBD. And he thought, why not? It doesn't matter. There's some big reputations here. But hey, let them meet Max Beckett. We're just going to put myself out front. I love it when that happens. You see the riders go, well, here's my opportunity. I'm going to just give it a go.
And Max has really seized his opportunity here. He sort of saw a lull in the pace and took full advantage of it. He's, again, one of these riders that's just coming off the back of Tour of Southland. and Max tends to get better and better as races go on. So it'll be great to see how he goes.
Well, straight away, two of the Black Spoke riders, of course, they will know him well from the recent excursion around Southland. And they go across. Bailey O'Donnell also trying to get it amongst it. The big move going on the outside, 37 trying to go.
Hugo Jones running across now, so trying to close that gap down.
Well, Hugo Jones has got some acceleration and some pace. He's well performed on the track and gets the opportunity to ride some of the big carnivals around the world as well. He's a top man and got some real horsepower. He can use that pursuing ability and track speed. But at this sort of speed, it is hard to get across. Like these boys are, what are they on, 55k an hour at the moment?
Yeah, and when you're riding 0.5 of a k an hour faster than the guy in front of you, it takes a long time to close down.
It's a lot of effort around this 1 kilometre circuit. You might take 2 or 3 laps to pull it back, and that lights. You need a big pack of matches in the back pocket today. It's 45 minutes of racing, but boy, it's just lit up right from the start. They're not mucking around. So Ethan Back kicked it off for Black Spoke Racing. And we'll just pick out, it looks like it could be Keon Watts, but I didn't quite catch the number as they came through, and the pitch is not quite clear enough. Josh Kench, I think that might be going through. Josh Kench, so a good performance. Josh going well. Let's go off the front as well.
Here's Campbell Stewart leading them through. It's the first time we've really seen him today, so starting to sort of make his presence felt at the front of the peloton.
Yeah, when you got speed like Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate, Corbin Strong, you can go to the front, kick hard for, like put in 30, 40 seconds of effort, and you can close the gap quite considerably. But the other riders, they're so marked, aren't they, at the moment? So, other riders, I guess it sounds wrong, but slightly lesser riders getting their opportunity to go off the front because the top guys are almost cancelling each other out.
Yeah, this is a chance where maybe the guys that you'd probably rate as a 3-star or a 2-star favourite can sort of jump away and have a shot, because the guys that are what I'd call your Corbin Strongs, your Campbell Stewarts, are all sitting there watching each other.
Well, it's a long way to go in the race. We're coming up 29 minutes of racing, and they're not going to slow down. So if you're thinking this is going quick, it'll only get faster, it'll only keep ramping up. This is Criterium racing at its best here in the streets of Christchurch. We're right in the CBD. Cambridge Terrace, a big crowd out watching this elite field, and they're putting on a great show. We've had great racing right from the street race kicked off with a good field in that race, and really, really good aggressive racing. A lot of people having a lot of fun in the street race. So the under 17 girls and boys, the under 19 women's and the elites, it's been aggressive, fast racing all day, as we said. And they just come flying past us around every sort of minute 15. And the peloton is slowly but surely thinning down. The pace is starting to take its toll. Nick Kurzagoo starts to move himself up as well, another rider who can do a lot of damage in 1,000 metres.
Yeah, and Josh Kench here is just really getting into his work. He's doing really well and setting quite a consistent pace here. Again, he's another rider from Tourist Southland. Unfortunately for him, just got caught probably maybe 1 or 2 Ks from the finish line in one of the stages, the stage that Campbell Stewart actually went on to win. Yeah,
Josh Kent, he's very good young rider. He's got a big future in front of him. Getting a bit of support as well. Great to see so many people tuning in, sending through their comments. We do appreciate it here on skysportnext. I think the riders do as well. They love to know they're being watched. They're putting on a great show for those standing on the sidelines. So Josh Kench races out of Auckland. A little bit of experience overseas, riding BC Super Week in Vancouver. So he'll be no stranger to riding a few crits. Haven't done a bit of that.
Yeah, and he's holding the peloton off really well here. It looks like Skoda's trying to get something going, but Black Spoke is sort of infiltrating that a wee bit as well.
Corbin Strong leading them through. So the world champion on the track, Corbin Strong. Points race world champion. and he doesn't mind the race going full gas, easing off because he's used to that sort of effort. That's what it takes in a points race. Criterium, it's not easing off too much at the moment though. It's not too much recovery time.
No, and you see Ollie Jones really getting into his work. He's probably one of the guys with the biggest engines in this field. And if anyone's going to ride this gap down, it's going to be Ollie.
Yeah, Ollie Jones, fantastic rider. Love watching his efforts on Swift. We talked about that earlier. He usually has the towel over the shoulder and the fan going, and he's great to watch and such a good performer on that platform. But I tell you, he's good on the track. He's good on the road. He's really coming into his own, I think, as a rider as well. He's showed so much promise, and then getting the opportunity to race on some of the European circuit on the track, and the Swift racing's done so much for him as well. He's just really become a rock star on that platform.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely one of the best Zwift racers in the world. But now we're starting to see him transfer that onto the road. So it started at Road Nationals when he had a phenomenally good result there, and he's continued to build. So Southland B continued the breakthrough, and here he's looking great today as well.
So we're looking back at the bunch, and it's spread across the road as they come down. A couple of riders sucking on the water bottle. Caitlin's Bakery going through. They'll be thinking, what can Nick Kurzagu do today? Is another rider with a big sprint finish. But they've got to catch this man out front. He's absolutely flying. He's got the elbows on the handlebars, simulating the TT mode.
He's doing a great job here, and it looks like Ollie's got a bit of a passenger on the back of this, not wanting Josh Kinch to be brought back.
Yeah, and Ollie's just secured, of course, a wild card for the Eurosport eWorld Championships on Zwift as well. So absolutely fantastic, as a lot of riders are trying to get on there. It's so much fun. I had the privilege of commentating the first round of the National Road Series on Zwift with the team at Cycling New Zealand, and it was good. And then I ran into a couple of the kids during the week following, and they just loved it. Actually, I think they had as much fun doing that at home, racing their mates around all over the country, as they do getting together on the road races sometimes.
Yeah, it's such a different experience, and one that you don't normally get to do. So it's definitely a lot of fun when you get out there and do it, especially with you commentating as well, Dal.
So there's Josh Kinch. He's looking very good. So Black Spoke putting another rider on the front. Kian Watts, this time from Taupo, a man who won the Madison Junior World title with Lawrence Pithy, I think in 2019.
Looks like Pithy's making a move here.
So Lawrence Pithy is the defending champion, and the race is starting to spread out now. We're getting some big gaps in the field. We've got 24 minutes of racing to go, and some of the riders, the legs are starting to break.
Still out the front though, we've got Josh Kinch, who's really getting into his work, while some of these boys behind look like they're starting to falter a little bit.
Nick Kurzagu on the front, just trying to bring things back together, but they've got a lot of work to do. The races are starting to really splinter. Ollie Jones looks like he's coming back. Josh Kinch, this is an impressive performance from Josh Kinch out front, because they're not mucking around behind. The peloton is going. They are really moving at the moment. They come past us. They just flash by. On the screen, you can't always sort of capture just how fast they're going. But when they come past the window, you blink and you just about miss them. So they're really flying out there. He's doing a great ride on his own, just keeping a nice, steady tempo, good lines through the corners. And he sees, if he looks over his shoulder, a teammate trying to come across. So they're going to come down past us. There he goes, going through. Goes through the finish, and who's chasing? Who's going across? Kian Watts. So Kian Watts trying to get up there with Josh Kinch.
If they join up here, it's going to spell a bit of trouble, I think.
And Oram trying to go as well. James Oram's trying to get, so Black Spoke trying to get three riders. Skoda Fusio under the pressure now on the front. Corbin Strong sits in behind the two Skoda riders. What's the world champion going to do? Is he going to try and jump across? Oh, the pace is on. Look at it. He's on the elbows. The lungs will be burning. There's Oram. Head down. Look at him go, James Oram. He doesn't mind racing in a criterium. He says he's not a sprinter, but God, he goes so well in the crits. He's probably ridden hundreds of them over the years, and he's always performed well in the National Criterium Championships. "22 minutes of racing left." Josh Kinch, he's been out front a long time, and that's hard to do at the pace that this race is being run at the moment.
Yeah, and there's no sign of it easing up for Josh. He looks like he's well under control and not really struggling too much out here.
Looks like he's doing his easy. He's on the top. Looks like he's out for a Sunday ride at the moment. He's got a bit of tailwind. In fact, you look behind him, I think Kian Watts has gone, that's enough. I can't get across to him. So Kian Watts, Josh Kinch comes past us, and they have a look. The gap's around 6 seconds back to Kian Watts. And there's the peloton a couple of seconds behind, and lighting that up, we've got Corbin Strong, the world champion, going to the front, head down. He's gone, it's time. I can't keep waiting. I'm going to have to bring them back. So Corbin Strong flies around the corner, stretches out the rest of the peloton. Josh Kinch, he's looking quite relaxed, isn't he? Doesn't look like he's under a lot of stress. I'm sure his legs and lungs are burning. He's probably breathing through his ears right now and going, I wish this was over. There's 21 minutes left.
Yeah, each minute that ticks by is going to seem like an eternity for Josh. As we see some moves up here from Campbell Stewart, it looks like, and a couple of Skoda boys going for it.
Well, they need to try and pull it back, and the firepower becomes less and less and less, and the bunch, the riders are starting to dangle, the heads are dropping. Some of the boys on the back, they're on the back hanging.
Yeah, it's never a nice place to be riding on the back around a fast criterium.
So Josh Kinch riding out front, looking really comfortable. Sits up on the tailwind, gets onto the brake hoods, then into the headwind, down onto the elbows. Look over his shoulder, that gap, it's widened a little bit. They'll come through. We'll have a little bit of a time check, just time to see how he's been travelling. So around the corner he goes. He's opened up the gap, they've sat up. So he's around 10 seconds at the moment. So Skoda Fusio, what do they got? Couplands. Campbell Stewart, he's just waiting at the moment. Corbin Strong's put in a couple of big efforts, but they haven't made any inroads. We've still got 19 and a half minutes of racing left, and this man out front, Josh Kinch, just look at him. He's so comfortable at the moment. Sees what's in front of him. Gets down nice and low, puts their elbows on the tops of the bars, gets into that sort of time trial position, into the headwind, keeps the pace nice and high, picks good lines around the corner. He's got the whole road in front of him right now. He can just use every part of it. Doesn't have to brake, doesn't have to touch anything. Just can keep this pace nice and high. As we see the peloton, riders starting to swing on the back. Black spoke on the front, trying to still. They've got 4 riders on the front of the group, so they're not really trying to pull it back at the moment. They won't be worried about it. They've got the leader of the race, Josh Kinch, out in front.
Yeah, they'll be looking at everyone else to try and bring Josh back. So really, they've got all the cards at the moment, and Team Skoda have really got nothing.
Well, you've got to have the firepower too, don't you? You've got to have the horsepower to bring it back, and that could be a little bit of an alliance with, say, a Corbin Strong, Campbell Stewart, say, come on, guys, we've got to pull it back, and they decide who's going to do the work, but everyone's thinking about the national title. They all want to be the Vantage national champion for the Criterium for 2021. Black Spike would love the jersey. Copelands go through. So some of the riders in that main group, they're looking pretty tired.
You almost get the feeling here, Dale, that the race has still got one more trick up its sleeve.
There's a long way to go, isn't it? 18 minutes. And the pace, the rider out front, the riders in the bunch might be starting to feel a little bit. The rider out front's got to be feeling it a whole lot more at this stage of the race. He's been out there at a really high tempo. He's got the headwind where he's in now. We see the breeze coming across from his right to left. It's slightly into his face. It's pretty tough on that part of the circuit for the lone rider.
Yeah, Josh is in the situation where he's got to fully commit and hope that it goes away. He's done a great job of that today.
So just caught in the long shot, Nick Kurzagu trying to go across with one of the other Black Spoke riders. So he brakes, he's still keeping a high speed. You've got to keep the brain engaged, don't you? You've got to concentrate.
It looks like Josh is just about to be caught soon from behind by one of the Black Spoke riders in Kugazoo.
It's Aaron Gate. You can see the silo. It looks like Aaron Gate trying to come. It is indeed. Aaron Gate just doing what he does best, closes it down the super smooth pedaling style. While James Oram reacting straight away and trying to go across as well. James Oram has got a ton of speed right now. When he's kicking down the straight, he's just opening up a couple of lengths over the other riders, trying to get across to this break. So Black Spoke, they've got two up there. Gench is on the front, Aaron Gate, and he just goes all day. And Nick Kuzley is going to go, well, there's two of you guys. I'm just going to be here. There's soon going to be three as Oram comes powering across. So it's going to be 3-on-1. Skoda are chasing hard as well. Kuzley goes to look over his shoulder and goes, go, I'm going to be able to play passenger here. He's in probably a tough position, but a good position. He doesn't have to do any work.
Yeah, it looks like Pithy's coming across there, but he's also towing another Black Spoke rider and along with him. So if this comes together, they're going to have 4 or 5 up the front.
Well, 16 minutes to go. Black Spoke Racing absolutely starting to dominate out front. They've set it up. They had Ethan Batt go early in the race. Then Josh Kent. He's been out there for such a long time, you know, a good 10 minutes plus. Now he's got Aaron Gate, James Oram, Nick Kyrgyzoo. We're trying to see Lawrence Pithy come across there. So Kyrgyzoo, he just sits up, and Aaron Gate's gone on the charge. So Aaron Gate. Nick's gone, no, there's no way, I haven't got anything. So Aaron Gate, is he going from 16 minutes out? There comes the Campbell Stewart down the outside. He sees Gates away. Now he knows, I've got to move. I've got to go across to Aaron Gate. Well, the pressure's on. Aaron Gates applied the pressure. He went across to his teammate. Now he's gone solo. Campbell Stewart in the orange bass colours trying to get on equal terms with Aaron Gate. Campbell Stewart still looks pretty comfortable. He looks like he's got plenty there at the moment.
Yeah, Josh Scott's just trying to join those boys as well.
Campbell Stewart sitting there. Corbin Strong sitting there. Campbell Stewart's gone up the road. So one or two riders just thinking about shutting it down. Black Spoke, they won't be doing anything. They've got some numbers in this race. They've got riders up the road in the break. We've been going, remember they're racing 45 minutes plus 3 laps. So we've only been going 30 minutes in the field. It was like Takapuna a few years ago. We started with a full field and ended up with about 6 finishing because it was just so brutal. And this is looking a lot like it. Lawrence Pithy, the defending champion, trying to get up there.
Yeah, so in the front group, it looks like we've got Ben Oliver, Aaron Gate, Campbell Stewart, and Josh Scott may have just bridged across to that, is it?
Well, great ride by Ben Oliver to get in amongst that. The mountain biker, look at the class of him. They've opened up a good gap at Campbell Stewart. Good ride by Campbell Stewart to get across. So they'll keep working and rolling well together. So Campbell Stewart leads them. Nick Kyrgyzoo was there, but when that counter come from Aaron Gate, he sat up.
Yeah, and Ben Oliver's driving it here in this front group. He's definitely not afraid to take his turn and try and step into these boys.
Yeah, Ben Oliver, he's not shy, is he? He doesn't mind doing the hard work, and a really impressive performance to be in this group of riders. A little bit, mind you, the surface is a lot smoother than he's used to riding on, you know, and he probably thinks what's going on. The tyres aren't knobbly and it's nice, smooth road. This is easy.
Yeah, we're feeling amazing.
What do the peloton do now? They've got really the break of the race is up the road, and there's some horsepower in here. Oliver leads them around and keeps putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and you can just see his bike handling skills there are pretty superb, just pulling a couple of lengths out of the, I think it's Aaron Gate who's riding behind him.
Yeah, you'll probably take note of that as well, because you'll need to use all those skills on that last corner if it comes down to the sprint finish, because there's 2 real fast men there. But at the moment, they're not thinking about that. They're just thinking about working together, all doing their little turn on the front. Campbell Stewart goes wide, has a good look at everybody. Oh, Corbin Strong, well, he's got to the Black Spoke behind him, and Corbin Strong, he's going to have to do it on his own, or is he going to get some help from someone from the Skoda Fusio team? The riders out front, they're moving along nicely, just all working together. No one's overdoing it, but they're just all keeping a good, steady tempo, keeping the pace nice and high. They know behind them the chasing group is in 6s and 7s and being well policed. 12 minutes on the clock.
And this is where it's really advantage break. The peloton look like they're sort of so disorganised that they can't get anything together. There's no pace. You can see how they're starting to bunch up. You can see Max Beckett moving to the front. Normally they'd be in single file here if they were really trying to close this down.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, isn't it? So you're going to have to, not worry about someone from Black Spoke Racing sitting on your wheel because they've got a rider up the road. And they've got probably one of the pre-race favourites, Aaron Gate, hot off his win on the last stage and the overall of the Tour of Southland. He's such a classy bike rider, Aaron Gate. And the gap, it's gone right out. So they swing around and the peloton doesn't come into view just yet. There they go. So one or two riders trying to get things going. Maddie Hartley-Brown has been doing a ton of work for the Copeland's team. The gap's out to around, I think, about 15 seconds. So that's a big gap. That's probably the biggest gap we've had in racing today.
And it makes it very hard to close. They're going to have to work so much harder to bring this back.
Patrick Harvey, he's got his fans of Ben Oliver. Go Benno, bit of support for him, the mountain biker. Of course, he's an elite mountain biker, and they're world class. Those boys, they can really go. You never underestimate one of the top mountain bikers when he turns up to a race.
Yeah, and as we've seen previous mountain bikers win this title before, and Sam Gaze, and he's done it pretty convincingly as well.
Well, we're talking to Ian Heppenstall, the media manager for Cycling New Zealand, about Sam Gaze's win in Takapuna. I spoke to him before the start, could hardly get a word out of him because he was so crook. He had the flu, he had a sore throat, yet he won almost sitting on the tops of the handlebars that night. They're charging along out front, aren't they?
Yeah, really moving. Ben Oliver looks like he's really trying to take control of this move.
Yeah, Ben Oliver swings over. James Oram, Kian Watts trying to move across as well. The riders out front will be a little bit wary of that. They won't want Aaron Gate to get too much company, so Campbell Stewart will be just as keen to keep it going. Josh Scott from Christchurch. He's been in the New Zealand development team. He's a kart triathlete. Of course, he rides on the 6-day, or has been riding on the 6-day circuit. Really talented rider. It was great. I saw him ride the Madison, the national championships, or might have been actually during one of the national track series with Ollie Jones, and they were impressive. And of course, that maybe they wonder if they're combining for the upcoming Madison championships. Madison Omnium Championships are just a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, Dal. Interestingly enough, Josh Scott's actually a year back after iliac artery surgery. So we're really starting to see the best of Josh now after a couple of years with a pretty debilitating injury.
Yeah, and he's on form here where he needs to in front of his home crowd. Plenty of support for him. You can hear the crowd cheering. Campbell Stewart leads them through. They're working so well together. So the gap, it hasn't come down. If anything, it might have gone out a little bit. So the wind dropping off now as we get into sort of the evening. The trees aren't moving as much. We're 6:22. So do you think the wind's going to be as big a factor in the sprint finish?
I don't think it'll be as big as what we've seen in the previous races. Normally it's been a sort of tailwind finish, but I think it's going to completely die up by the time we get to the finish today, Dale.
Well, Corbin Strong, he hasn't given up. He's looking around for a bit of help, but he's being well covered. Black Spoke covering. Ollie Jones going through. Well, he'll need to do a fair bit of work with Corbin Strong if they're going to get back together. There's not much other energy left in the bunch right now. Nick Kukuzu sitting there. He would want to come in and also do a few turns. He's had his teammate doing plenty. So Aaron Gate, smooth on the pedals, nice flat-footed pedaling style.
It'll be interesting to see when these boys stop working together and start thinking about trying to ride away and take a win here.
Yeah, so tactics will come into play in the closing stages. And that'll probably be more around Scott and Oliver, what they might do, because Gate and Stewart will back themselves in the sprint. Doesn't matter if they'll both fancy their chances, so they won't be too worried. They'll line up. And comment from Greg Henderson that, whoever opens it up first out of those two will win it. And we'll see if he's right. He doesn't usually get it wrong. He's led plenty of elite sprinters across the line. Setting up many Tour de France stage wins for Andre Greipel. And he's sitting there enjoying must be getting into his last few days of isolation, or his last week, watching the cycling. Probably driving Sarah nuts.
We see Ollie Jones here trying to lead the peloton back, but there's so much sort of disjointedness in here, so it never looks like it's going to come back, to be honest, Del.
No, I think dead right, it's not going to come back, and this was the move of the race. That we pretty much could have called it when it went away, but you never quite know. But with this sort of firepower, Ben Oliver just keeps driving it on the front. Josh Scott, he's looking pretty comfortable as well. Campbell Stewart sitting there second wheel. Aaron Gates third wheel. Aaron Gate, there's not much he can't do. Of course, he rode the Vuelta 2017. Olympic bronze medalist in the team's pursuit on the track in London. Winner of the World Omnium title. And, of course, he's won both the Tour of Southland twice and the New Zealand Cycle Classic, as well as numerous races around the world.
And these guys look like they're really working well together still. So no one's really missing a turn. They look like they're taking the same amount of time on the front. So none of the games have sort of crept in yet, Del.
So at the speed, who's going to attack? Who's got something in there? So if you're Ben Oliver, for example, right now, or Ollie Jones, what do you do?
I think personally, looking at this, it's Josh Scott's really got to take the race by the neck and really have a crack at it. He's fast, but he's not as fast as these boys. And at recent Tour of Southland, Aaron Gates proved he's definitely got it over Ben Oliver after leading out a sprint and getting it over him. So I think that Ben and Josh have really got to take control of this and actually say, hey, I want to win this race, and go about trying to do it.
So you expect to see one of them attack shortly, coming into the closing stages of the race. Ben Oliver, Aaron Gate, Campbell Stewart, Josh Scott. Who wants it the most? Josh Scott, they're going to get 2 laps to go when they come through. Well, they've had two for the peloton, is it? I think that's our 2 gone up for the... Didn't quite see, so they should come around. Maybe the lead riders will get 1 to go, so it's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse. We've got 3.5 minutes. That would be about right, although they're going a little bit quicker at the moment. Still out front, these 4 riders. Josh Scott, Ben Oliver, Aaron Gate on the front, Campbell Stewart. So Campbell Stewart, of course, from Palmerston North, had been looked after by Mike McRedmond for many years down there. Great program at Palmerston North Boys High School. Multiple junior world champion, senior world champion, and vital part of the New Zealand men's endurance team. He will be one name that will be on the list, certainly for the Olympic Games when the team's announced. So here we go. We'll look out. So getting 2 to go. So we've got 2 more laps to go. 2 held up on the board. So when does Ben Oliver, when does Josh Scott think about what do we do to shake the sprinters? How do we shake them? Campbell Stewart looking pretty good, so sitting on the back, relaxed at the moment. Aaron Gates probably done slightly more work maybe in the race than Campbell Stewart.
Yes, I'm saying that Campbell did have to bridge across to Aaron Gate, so it'll be interesting to see what the race has taken out of them. But realistically, Josh Scott and Ben Oliver really need to do something and do something fast.
Yeah, they need to think about launching some attacks, don't they? Because they'll be riding for the bronze in the sprint finish against the two. Yeah, well, Josh Scott, he does a lot of track riding as well, but just probably not with the same sprint form that you would see from Campbell Stewart. So Campbell Stewart, normally you'd go, yeah, maybe I'd probably put my money on him as the slightly quicker sprinter, but Aaron Gate's been in such sensational form. So we'll see what happens. Josh Scott. Andrew Williams, our expert comments, has been saying someone's going to have to attack. It's time for Ben Oliver or Josh Scott to open it up. They're going to come through to get the bell. So if you're going to do it, you've only got about a minute 15 or a minute 10 to think about it. And it's the big effort. So Ben Oliver's going to lead them through. Has a look over his shoulder. Oh, the crowd, the big crowd cheering him on. Aaron Gate, fourth wheel. Campbell Stewart, Josh Scott inside the last lap. The camera will stick with this lead group as they come around. What's the tactics going to be? No one's launched. Ben Oliver swings over. Campbell Stewart goes through. It's easy for us to say someone should attack, but they're doing over 50 kilometres an hour, so you got to make sure you can go, 55, 58, and they're going to be coming at you, so you've got to have some form. Aaron Gate looks over his shoulder, sees Ben Oliver there. Josh Scott goes to the front. Campbell Stewart gives a bit of a wipe of the nose as the peloton comes past us. They're out of it right now. They're riding for 5th place, unless these guys sit up completely. So Josh Scott goes to the front. Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate. So Gates starting to take control, wants to lead this one out. By the looks, Ben Oliver sits behind him. Campbell Stewart, Josh Scott. So a little bit of hesitation. Can Josh Scott go from the back? Oh, no, he's creeped up, put himself near the front, but he hasn't gone. That might have been tempting.
Yeah, if these guys don't do anything now, they're basically handing it to Campbell and Aaron Gate on a plate. And looking at this, Gate is going to just about hit it out of this corner, and I think he'll try and take it the whole
there
way.
We go. Aaron Gate, he's lined it up. He's gone for it. Josh Scott's on his wheel, so Campbell Stewart's not on the wheel. He wanted to be. Aaron Gate's lined it up. He's gone early. Greg Henderson said whoever leads it out from the corner will take it. Aaron Gate's going to come down, takes the National Criterium title. Aaron Gate, Josh Scott, Campbell Stewart, he's not there. He may have had a bit of a problem on the last corner.
It looked like Campbell just ran out of gas. Ben Oliver went over the line there for 3rd.
So there's the peloton coming through, and they put up a pretty strong performance. Nick Kersey is going to come down and take the 5th place for Coupland's Bakery. Scota Fusio chasing hard all the way, but Kersey takes it. Then we have Kian Watts. No, sorry, 55 went through. Yeah, it was Kian Watts. Looked like Kian Watts going through for the 6th place. So good day out. So there we go, going through in 6th place. Nick Kirkazoo just taking it from Kian Watts, who finished fast for the minor money. And we'll go and have a look at there they go. A little bit of discussion after the race. There'll be some boys breathing deeply. Some legs will be sore. And they come in. Aaron Gate opened it up right from the corner. I think you're right. Campbell Stewart sat up, said that's enough. I haven't got it. Gate let it out. Josh Scott, incredible performance from him. Rode well all day for 2nd place. Ben Oliver takes the bronze. Well, Andrew, that was some race. I'm going to go out and have a chat to Aaron Gate, the winner, and see what he has to say.
Yeah, he'll be really happy with that. It was such a great ride there by Aaron, and to be honest, by all those 4. They took the chance and really took it to the field. It was great to see them riding away, and they were all doing even turns and getting stuck into it. Obviously, Aaron was the strongest on the day and led the sprint out, and no one could roll over. You saw Josh Scott try and get on the wheel, and he'll be absolutely wrapped with that 2nd place, along with Ben Oliver. Then we saw Campbell Stewart just roll in behind. So it's obviously still a stunning evening here in Christchurch. And here's the results. So Aaron Gate, followed by Josh Scott, Ben Oliver, Campbell Stewart, and Nick Kugazoo running up top 5. Fastest lap, minute 20. So you can really see that there's speed in around there. in a reasonably big gap in the end, around 30 seconds. So, how do you think that went, Elise?
Oh, it's very impressive. I hope some of those younger under-17 riders were out there watching that. Definitely something to aspire to.
Yeah, it's really good to see the riders try and take it to the field. And as you go into the sort of elite men and elite women, you normally see some more attacks. We're just going to cross over to Dell now, who's with Aaron.
That race, like it was on, you guys as a team looked like you were in control.
Yeah, we had some strength in numbers there, and we just had to. Oh, sweet.
Feeling all right?
Yep.
Going good, eh?
Yeah, it was good fun.
Yep. To the crowd on here.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, just a couple of technical difficulties, but Aaron, we're absolutely back. What a performance today, taking the National Criterium title.
Yeah, thanks, Dal. It was a bloody fun race, actually. It's the first time I've been able to do a Criterium for a while, so it was good fun just to come out and get stuck in, especially with so many good people at Christchurch turning out to cheer us on.
The circuit's absolutely fantastic. What's it like to ride at that speed?
Yeah, it's great fun. Like, even in the headwind down the back straight, I was looking down and didn't see under 50 for most of the race, so it was 50k an hour, that is. So it was, just great fun.
The team rode really well. You guys obviously went in with a plan. Ethan Batt put that big attack in right from the start.
Yeah, he did. He was talking about doing that yesterday because he wasn't sure how he was going to go, because he actually did most of the Tour of Southland with a broken rib. But he managed to pull himself together, and I guess we couldn't contain the beast of Blenheim. He just had to go off the front early on, and yeah, it would really set the tone for the rest of the race.
So you're in great form. The win in Southland, the win here, the Olympic team's about to be named. A big year for Aaron Gray coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a funny one, obviously. Olympics were the main goal, and it's been delayed, but great to see that, yeah, I guess that the form is there, and hopefully it can keep tracking up as we go towards Tokyo next year.
Well done. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
So there we have it. The words from the New Zealand Criterium champion, Aaron Gate. Obviously very happy with his win, and so will the Black Spoke cycling team. They really delivered today with some great teamwork, Elise.
Yeah, we knew Black Spoke were going to come out punching. We talked about that before the race, and that they did. They really controlled the whole thing.
Yeah, and you saw that with first Ethan Batt, followed by Josh Kench, then Aaron Gate really delivering with those guys. So it was some really well thought out plans, and it really delivered on the day for Black Spoke. So well done to them.
That's right, very impressive.
So they'll be pleased to sort of start their 2021 season off with a big win like this. And it's always nice to get one under the belt straight away and really deliver.
Yeah, hopefully they can get overseas next year and do some international racing, and we can see Gatey wear that national champs jersey.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see as we obviously come towards Road Nationals in early next year and things like that. They'll definitely be gunning for that as well. It's just a pity that such a great idea and a great team like this hasn't been able to race to the extent that they would have liked for obvious reasons.
That's right, plenty more to come from this team in the future.
Yeah, and these young guys are really showing that they've got the goods and they can step up here as well.
Yeah, some big track events coming up for Aaron in the next few weeks as well, so it'll be great to see him, what he can do, especially next week. Madison and Omnium chance.
Yeah, he'll be looking to cement his place, obviously, in the New Zealand Olympic team, and sort of say, hey, look, I deserve the spot, just as most of that squad will. But this obviously goes a good way to actually showing that he's got the form and he's got the goods to deliver at that level. So we can just see the crowd here. So a good turnout down here at Nationals. So and in Christchurch, beautiful weather, and good to see so many people out and actually enjoying the cycling and watching the racing.
yeah, hopefully not too long and we can get underway with these medal presentations.
Yeah, I mean, the national champs is something that so many of these riders work so hard for, and so many good riders don't win one in their career. So it's great to see, the people win one, obviously winning, but even the guys that are getting second, third, and sometimes that aren't delivering on results, obviously working really hard for these results. So it looks like we're just getting ready for the medal presentations now.
Any PA at all through the? Can we pick up any of the PA at all?
We can't pick up the PA through the...
No. Okay. I think they'll go street race first.
Yeah, maybe just put your camera mic on.
I think they'll go through the street race first.
Oh, will they?
Yeah.
Without sponsorship.
Well, everyone's had a great day, haven't they, in Christchurch and the CBD, enjoying the sunshine. Aaron Gate commenting on how good the circuit was. A massive thanks to Rinsby motorcycle trainer who supplied the motorbike for us. To tell you what, that guy would have had a blast on the last race, charging around the streets at over 50k an hour. So we're just waiting for the presentations for the national titles. It's a beautiful evening here in Christchurch. And the presentation for the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships. A big thank you to the Christchurch City Council for the work they've done in allowing the race to come to the city. It's been an absolutely fantastic experience. The second time we've been here, and I'm sure we'd all love to be back next year because the race is just continuing to build in the city of Christchurch. A big thanks to Koha Fitness for supplying their beautiful fitness centre. Tell you what, you'd be inspired working out here. That's where we've been set up for the day. Moffat's who are supplying the flowers to the riders on the podium. And a massive thanks to Miles Continental Skoda for their support, as always, of cycling. Cycling Canterbury, always supported by Miles Continental, and having the Skoda Kodiak picking me up from the airport was absolutely a pleasure. Nice drive into the city. Of course, plenty of racing coming up as well. We'll have the National Omnium Madison Championships. They'll be coming to you from Cambridge. And, of course, this week we'll also have, as we mentioned during the commentary, the naming of the Olympic team. So I think everyone is waiting for that. So a massive thanks to everyone involved in making this such a successful event. There's a lot of work goes into it. Of course, the event director, Jeanette Douglas, the event manager, Charlotte Parson, and race manager, Chanel Barnett, commissaires and referees, Mark Reynolds, technical delegates, of course, is Hamish Ferguson, who's also well known here in Canterbury for the work he does with coaching. Olivia Spone's the chief judge, and then our assistant commissaires, Shana McGrath, Russell Ainsworth, Mark Devil, Brian Ralston. Vantage Windows and Doors and the APL Group, massive supporters of Cycling New Zealand and pretty much all things cycling. The national team always out training in that nice blue and white kit. As I just see going past us at Koha Fitness, the e-bikes, doing a bit of a burn around the circuit while it's closed. As we wait for the once all the placings are confirmed and they run through who's first, we should have the presentations for the street race, and then we'll be into the podium placings for the national title. Have we got the graphics as they bring up the first three for under 17 girls? Because I haven't written them down to know who they are. Shall we do that? Yeah. So Koha Fitness, one of the premier fitness centres here in Christchurch, and a great facility. If you're in the CBD, it'd be the place to come and train. Very hospitable. Big thanks to my co-commentators for supplying us with expert comments. Elise Fraser, Andrew Williams. So for each presentation, yeah. So I've got to put them in the right order. Yeah. They should go as per the order of the races.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
There's still people enjoying the sunshine in front of the stage, just waiting for the presentations to get underway. The Black Spoke Pro Cycling Academy, pretty happy with their day's work. Aaron Gate delighted to win the title. And they got plans, all going well, to head to Europe to race next year. We can just do them as the riders come up, if you like. So the under 17 results up on the screen. Ruby Spring, Bonnie Rattray, Maureen Green. So they will be coming through for the medal presentation. Great ride by James Gardner from Otago and winning the under 17 men's from Maui Morrison and Hamish Banks. Finn Wilson picking up the 4th place. Jenna Borthwick didn't have it all her own way, winning the gold medal from Charlotte Spurway and Riley Ackroyd. Very good performance from all 3 riders, particularly Borthwick and Spurway. Under 19 men's, Lewis Bauer, outstanding performance from that young rider, clearing out to win solo. Jackson White winning the silver medal. James Corey taking the bronze. Mikael Van Hennigan and Adam Bibble bringing out the 4th and 5th places. Outstanding ride and a delighted champion, Olivia Ray. So she'll be taking the national champion's jersey back to the United States, beating last year's winner, Ellie Wollaston, and Katie Richards, showing that her win in the national club road race was no fluke, getting herself up there ahead of Nicole Shields and Bree Roderick. Aaron Gate carrying on his great form, winning the elite men's title from Josh Scott, Ben Oliver, Campbell Stewart and Nick Kirkazoo. So Aaron Gate, the Vantage National Criterium champion for 2021. You see John McKenzie just getting ready in the background. He'll be calling the riders up to the stage. A massive thanks to the Stream Shop for the fantastic work they've done bringing us the coverage here on Sky Sport Next. Not an easy task getting organised to cover cycling. It's one of the more difficult sports to get organised. You need cameras, motorbikes, crew, and brilliant job. So the wind is there, so the place placards in place on the stage. Taking a little bit of time to get ready. Of course, some of the riders can be hard to track down, but hopefully we will be underway with the presentations fairly shortly. So Andrew, the cycling scene in Canterbury, the track season's underway?
Yeah, it's just started. We've got obviously athletes preparing towards Omnium Nationals and Madison Nationals, which is next weekend. From there, they'll look at either doing Southland Track Champs or Waikato Track Champs, which will help post-qualifying times towards Nationals.
There's plenty of chatter going on, people under the sun. Hopefully they will get these presentations underway as we just have a look outside at the Miles Continental Skoda. I think just waiting for one or two riders, because some of them will be at medical control. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a brilliant day here in Christchurch at the Vantage Windows and Doors National Criterium Championships. A big crowd turned out. I've enjoyed the hot, sunny conditions. We've seen some wonderful racing, worthy national champions, and it's been a real pleasure being a part of the Sky Next production. A big thanks to my co-commentators, Andrew Williams, Elise Fraser, for their expertise during the afternoon. A massive thanks to the Stream Shop team for the work they've done. And on behalf of everyone at Sky Sport Next, thanks very much for watching, and we look forward to speaking with you again soon.
Bucket list.
Woo!